Good evening. For some clarification, can I get um, does FACSS stand for anything in particular? Is it an acronym?
I guess I got into a wrong room. Can you put me back?
Um, well, your FACSS has been assigned to the 6:30 uh hearing in subcommittee 1. You should be in the right place.
Okay. But I don't think my other like two
Yeah.
groupmates
I-
here. Okay.
and then yes, FACSS, does that stand for anything?
Yes.
Can I get that, like what it stands for, just to double check information?
Okay. So it stands for okay. Okay. It stands for Friendship Association of Chinese Students and Scholars.
Okay, perfect. Just um, okay. Have any of you three passed the treasures test?
I think I can like go through the funding things.
Okay, one moment, let me pull this up.
Thank you.
All right, requesting 3,400. Before we get started, I do want to preface this by saying we're working within the confines of an $880,000 budget. This means that we'll have to fund organizations at a rate of about 50%. So just keep that in mind as we go forward. But I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes since we are running behind. I'll ask you keep it a bit short, but I'll give you the next few to present your organization and your funding request.
Okay, thank you very much. Hi everyone. We are UNC FACS, which is a Friendship Association of Chinese Students and Scholars, which is the largest Chinese student association at UNC. And we are committed to providing everyone with learning, living, and entertainment and other aspects of support to create a more abundant campus student life. And UNC FACS consists of the president, panel, and 4 departments, which are activities, external, publicity, and administration department. And we are dedicated to creating bondage within the Chinese students and the scholars community and promoting the cultural exchange within the large community. And there are 2 activities that we asked for funding. The first one is the Mid-Autumn Festival celebration, which will take place on this Saturday at Student Union, the Great Hall. And like Mid-Autumn Festival is one of the most important festival in China, and it is really important for our internet, especially our international Chinese students. And so we are holding an evening banquet to celebrate the Chinese Mid-Autumn Festival. And there will be more than 200 or even 215 students and over 30 performers like come to our activities. And our estimate for equipment and equipment rental, such as pianos and other like equipment related to dancing or singing, will be 500 in total. And printing and publicity, such as flyers, will be 350. And professional labor fees for student union will approximately be 500. And some production, such as the costume, like we bought some Chinese costume for the banquet, will like approximately cost of 650, so which will be in total $2,000. And the second activities will be the Jordan Lake Autumn barbecue reunion, which will take place on the end of October. This is a long tradition of our organization to unite us, like nearly all Chinese international students and Chinese American together at Jordan Lake to enjoying a good time with friends and relax. And our equipment rental will be approximately $500. Printing and publicity will be $300. And professional labor fees will like mostly be the like payment to the driver who like carry students from the UNC to Jordan Lake and like carry them back. And the production will be approximately $400, which in total will be $1,400. And that's all. Thank you.
All right. Let's see. On your application, it says that your group is unwilling to identify student government as its sponsor. Would you say that this is accurate?
It's like if we are unwilling to, is that means we will not like be able to apply for fund?
Yeah, yes. So as a requirement, all organizations that receive funding must, at any event that's funded with student government funds, must say that
Okay.
that event is funded by student government. So would you be able to do this?
Yeah, we can change this.
All right. No, nothing needs to be changed on the application, just as long as I can
Okay.
get that confirmation that you will.
Yeah.
All right, then everything else seems to check out. Okay, so since we will need to cut this down to a budget of about 50%, which of
Okay.
these categories do you want us to prioritize our funds to?
Well, I feel like the equipment and equipment rental are like a large part, like consists of a large part for our cost. So definitely we want to prioritize the equipment part and also the printing and publicity part. Because like this year we decided to let more local students who are interested in Chinese culture or some like Chinese American or Asian American know us. So we would like to put more effort in advertising our activities and our organizations.
All right. And then in that case, I think we can fund the category of going to move that we fund equipment rental at $800.
Okay.
Do we hear a second? Okay. The category of labor fees at $400. Do I hear a second?
Okay.
The category of printing and publicity at $300. Category of supplies at $200. And finally, the category of capital expenditures at $0. Second, all right, in the chat. Okay, so then with that, the UNC FACSS has been appropriated $1,700 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of your organization's next steps, your budget will be finalized at the end of this month when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. After this is passed, you will be able to apply for reimbursement. But in terms of tonight, that is all we have. So thank you for coming.
Okay, thank you very much. Could we like leave right now?
Yeah, you're all good.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Mhm. Good evening.
Hello.
1 second for me to pull up your. All right. Before we get started, I do want to preface this by saying we're working within the confines of an $880,000 budget, which means we'll have to be funding organizations at a rate of about 50%. So keep that in mind as we go forward. But I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes. Since we are running a bit behind, I'll ask you keep it quick as possible, but I'll give you this time to present your organization and what you'll need funds for this semester.
Okay, perfect. So I am treasurer of Alpha Pi Omega. We are the first and largest Native American sorority in the country. We are asking for 5 items. Our priority will be shawl materials. We asked for $640 and I put it under programming. These shawls are a traditional piece of Native wear worn in tandem with regalia. And this is a tradition done throughout Native community, and it is a tradition for our sorority to have these shawls made by our girls, and we do extend this to other people as well. Shawl materials are very expensive, fringe and fabric. So that is our number 1 priority. Our second would be binders and printing costs. Every person who is a part of our organization uses these binders, and it is our second most expensive cost that we would have associated. It's $20 per binder for the amount of pages needed, and we need 4,000 pages, and that'll equal to be $210 for printing and publicity. Number 3 in priority is cloth for beading, pine cone patchworks, and other culturally connected event activities. We do host multiple events throughout the year, and these events are open to the student body at UNC. They can get up to 40 people, sometimes even more. And to host these events, we need the cloth and other crafting activities. 4th would be the tablecloth for informational events. We table upwards of 20 times throughout the year, as I put in our proposal. And this tablecloth would be $150, and it would just state the organization name, and it would put us in a more professional appearance. We go to multiple powwows at Duke, NC State, UNCP, and other universities on campus, and then different cultural diversity activities we are asked to participate in. And then last in priority would be the retractable banner and banner stand. This is $90, and it would be used to display information about our organization.
All right. So correct that the order in which you listed those items is the the preference for which you would like us to appropriate our funds?
Yes.
All right. Then let's see. All right. Then I think that I can say in the category of supplies, I'm going to move that we fund $50. Do I hear the second? All right. In the category of printing and publicity, 160. Programming, 640. Got the second. And capital expenditures at 0. All right, so with that, the Alpha chapter of Alpha Pi Omega Sorority Incorporated has been appropriated $850 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of your organization's next steps, your budget request will be finalized at the end of the month when the full Senate hears all other organizations' budget requests during the budget bill. After this bill is passed, your organization will be able to apply for reimbursement. Tonight, however, that is all that we have for you, so thank you very much for coming.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. You have a good rest of your night.
You too.
Oh yeah, should we turn on our video by the way, or does it matter?
You can if you'd like.
All right, should we?
Sure.
All right. Yeah, we have we have three of our exec members here.
All right,
Is it-
perfect. Before we get started, I do want to say that we're working within the confines of a budget of $880,000, which means that we'll have to fund
Okay.
organizations at a rate of, on average, 50%.
All
So
right.
keep that in mind going forward. But with that being said, I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to present your organization and what you're requesting for.
All right, so our organization is the Mahjong Club at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. We started about 1.5 years ago, and what we do is we just teach Mahjong to like anyone and everyone who would like to know. We take people from all backgrounds, those who have grown up playing, those who have never played before, and we come together twice a week just to play and just create a community where we're not really competitive. We just play casually to enjoy the game. Yeah, and we just bring people together over a common interest. Oh, and then the funding request. So this year we are requesting $15,000, which is more than previously. But this year our membership over the past year and a half has grown quite substantially. And just today we're beginning to run into the issue where we may have more people than sets can support. So this money would go towards more mahjong sets and equipment. And the main piece of equipment we would be buying this year is an automatic mahjong table. And this would be good for accessibility since last semester we did have a member, she broke her hand. She wasn't able to play normally for the rest of the semester. Whereas an automatic table takes away a lot of the physical effort needed. And it would also help new members since it reduces the barrier to entry by doing a lot of the setup for you, as well as keeping track of points. So we believe it would help our members out greatly.
Yes, on a good day, we have about like 20 members, and you can have 4 or 3 players to one set, and the sets can be quite expensive as well as the tables. So we're looking for purchasing materials there.
Right.
Additionally, we collaborated with other groups in the past, including the Chinese Conversation Club. This year, we're expanding to more Asian-based organizations, including ASA, CASA, and KUSA. And during those meetings, we anticipate a big spike in membership, hence why we will need the materials.
All right, then if that's all, it seems, yep. No irregularities here. And since you've requested all of your funds in just one category, I
Right.
think it can be appropriate that I'll move to fund the category of capital expenditures at $7,000. Do I hear a second?
What do you mean by that?
Sorry.
Yeah, this
I
is the committee
okay.
procedure part, but we've got that. So with that, the Mahjong Club at UNC has been appropriated $7,000 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of your organization's next steps, your budget request will be finalized at the end of this month when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill's passed, you'll be able to apply for reimbursements. But that is all that we have for you tonight, so thank you for coming.
All right, thank you
Thank you
very
so
much.
much.
Yeah, have a good night.
You too. Good evening with Carolina Cars, correct?
Indeed. Yep.
All right, before we get started, I do want to say that we're working within the confines of an $880,000 budget. This means that we'll have to fund organizations at an average rate of 50%, so keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to present your organization and what you'll need funds for.
Perfect. Well, first off, I appreciate you hearing us. Appreciate you being here today. We'll go over pretty quick then. First thing off the top is for clothing. We're looking to do merchandise for our club this year. It's going to be about $1,000. We're going to look to have all of our club members as recognizable when we're out in the community. In addition to that, we're going to look to have stickers that we can put on different cars. And we have seen a good return in the past of increasing membership numbers by having that greater awareness of our community. Next, we'll go to the supplies function. That's going to be about $500 is what we're asking for. These can be used for tools, specifically to increase our ability to do work on things such as cars, with UNC not having any dedicated automotive space necessarily. We house a lot of these tools within our own selves. I mean, we have a locker in Student Union and things such as sockets, screwdrivers, wrenches, that we have for the club to be able to teach them how to use these tools and then be able to work on their own vehicles in a constructive manner. Next, we'll go over to the programming side of things. This is where we start getting into a little bit more of our money related stuff. We're asking for $3,600. For the programming, we are working on team building with different outings. Rush Hour Karting is one of our big, huge events that we do every year. It's big for drawing membership. As Carolina Cars, we love doing a lot of racing stuff. Different members of our community are involved in different racing activities, and we love going out to different things like that. But the problem with racing is it's very expensive. And if we can give our members a more cost-effective way to be able to go do racing, such as go-karting, we're absolutely looking to do that in any way, shape, and form that we can possible. And that's what we're asking for, a bit of university funding to be able to go out and do. We anticipate at least 30, as many we've had in the past as 60 members go to these different events. And it's roughly about $50 to $60 per person. The great thing is the more people we have, the cheaper it's going to get on a per person cost, and the more people we can have going and having our budget stretch further. And then this ties into a little bit of the programming, but the travel expense with Carolina Cars, we are active members in our community, not just at UNC, but we also go to travel places such as Raleigh, Morrisville. We go to Garner, and we also go to Virginia International Raceway for different activities that they do up there. We're asking $3,500, $330.04. These are for activities such as helping to, it's mostly refunding gas mileage. We anticipate to have 5 to 7 UNC student cars driven to each of these events, do a lot of carpooling, and it's just helping cover a lot of the money to get to these different activity places that we're going to go to. Again, Virginia International Raceway is about 60 miles each way. Rush Hour Karting that we are hoping to have our big community event, that's about 15 miles. Same with our Cars and Coffee event, which if you're not familiar, that's a big car community thing. We go to the one in Morrisville, but we'll have hundreds of people all throughout Raleigh, Durham, Chapel Hill, Morrisville, and all of the surrounding communities go to. We love going to that. And then we also added a little bit just for an extra destination that we haven't quite determined on a monthly basis, such as if we go to another car event or meeting. And that sums up pretty much the extent of what we're asking for. That total would be $8,633.04. And I believe that will put us in a good spot. If you have any questions, we're more than happy to answer them. Yep.
All right. Most things seem to check out. Question on the clothing category for the merchandise. Do you plan on selling this or giving it away to members of your organization?
So what we've done in the past is, in past times that we haven't had any funding, what we'll have is we'll have interest form go out. We'll have, hey, mark you down for what you want, and then we'll give them, a number on how much that they need to spend to be able to get what they want. Let's say they want a hoodie and a sticker, and that's $40. Then, we would charge them $40. What we're looking for the student funding to give us for that merchandise is that, at least reduce the cost, instead of maybe having to pay $40, at least being able to pay 20 and have some of our school budget cover the other half of that. Ideally, we're looking to give it away. We're looking to have this as sort of advertising and marketing for people to wear at different events. When you have everybody's car has a sticker on it that says Carolina Cars, people are going to go, hey, what's that? I should get involved in that. And if they're wearing a shirt too, that only helps where they're continuing to see our brand and our image and continue to hopefully get involved in that.
All right, just as a piece of information, by law, no items purchased with Senate funding can be sold. So if we funded clothing, that would need to be given freely to.
Absolutely. I feel that that's definitely within our realm of things that we can do. There should be no issue with that.
Okay, and now in terms of cutting this down to fit the budget, since we will need to do that, where do you want our efforts to be prioritized?
I would say in the programming and travel would be our main expenses that we're looking to cover. Those, again, we're all about having a good community, and with the programming and travel, we're able to set up a lot of these community events. We're able to network with other groups within our community, and we're able to go out and do the things that we want to do. That's where we'd like to focus everything.
All right. All right. Then in that case, in the category of travel, I'm going to move that we fund $1,766.52. Do I hear a second? All right. In the category of programming, I'm going to move that we fund at $2,750. Do I hear a second?
Second.
And then in the categories of clothing and supplies, I'm going to move that we fund at $0.
Second.
All right, so with that, Carolina Cars has been appropriated $4,516.52 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of your organization's next steps, your budget request will be finalized at the end of this month when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. That is all that we have for you tonight, however, so thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. One last question for you. Is there any way I could get you to send those final numbers to our treasurer? I believe y'all should have his email. You've been sending them out emails quite a bit.
I can do that if you remind me later, but this information can also be found under the requests tab on that same website that you applied for these funds under.
Perfect. That makes my life easy then. Thank you so much, and I hope y'all have one.
Thank you.
Of course, you too. All right. Good evening with the Carolina Bass Club, correct?
Yes, sir. How are you
All
doing
right.
this evening?
Good. Before we get started, I do want to preface this by saying we're working within the confines of an $880,000 budget, which means
Yep.
that organizations will have to be funded on average at 50%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to present your organization and what you need funding for.
Yeah, so I am Max Trends, the treasurer of the UNC Bass Fishing Club. Originally founded in 2014, the club has really, its mission statement has been to get students at UNC out on the water and trying to learn how to bass fish while also being able to socialize with others. Currently, the club has about 20 members. It reached its height in about 2018 with about 50. And ever since COVID, the club has really been in a constant cycle of kind of insufficient leadership that has led to a decrease in membership and also a severe decrease in assets and a misuse of funding, both with on-campus funds and off-campus funds. So really, with the executive team we have now, we're in pretty much a rebuild process. We don't have many funds off campus, and we're heavily relying on campus funds to get the club booted up again. We had a lot of interest in our interest meeting last week, and we are actually implementing new avenues within the club to access a bunch of different demographics, including those who like to bird watch and people that just want to get out on the water, just to get away from the books and really relax. Currently, the club, we have our main assets are really our 2007 Nitro bass boat that we have housed over at Jordan Lake. And then our contract with University Lake, we have a contract there that gives us exclusive access to the club or to the lake. And we have currently one John boat over there that we are able to get our members out on the lake with. A lot of our funding, so the budget that was requested was for $12,290. A lot of this would be going to capital expenditures as we do hope to increase our boat fleet. And then a lot of the other funds would go towards programming and labor, which includes getting the current 2007 bass boat up and running again. Because an issue that we have been faced with is getting members to be super committed to the club just due to certain assets not being up to date and not working properly. And so that's kind of where we're at.
All right.
And I was wondering,
Yes.
Mr. Forbes, so the budget that was sent to you guys was from our president about a month and a half ago. Upon arrival to campus, we've had to make some strategic kind of changes, I guess, to our budget and the allotments of where funding would go. I emailed that to Mr. Gary, but did not hear back from him. Was wondering if there was any way that I could share that with you. The total amount of funding did not change, but it's rather the changes are made to the funding buckets and categories.
Which changes would you deem most necessary, or like the largest changes?
Yeah, so the largest changes, as on there, I believe in the budget that was submitted by our president. Our largest changes would be, and I could honestly just go through each category and just tell you what our total would be, if that makes it easier for you.
If you could, do you have it on a spreadsheet on your computer? Because if so, you
Yes,
could
sir.
paste that in the chat.
Yep. Let me try to, let's see. Okay, we'll see how it goes formatting wise. Is there any way I can email it to you?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, it restricts my access. And so, yeah, what you will see in our in this updated budget is a pretty concise allotment of our funds, most of it going to capital expenditures, like I said, to expand our fleet. And
Now,
another large portion of it goes towards labor.
All right. So would you say that capital expenditures and labor are the two categories that you want to prioritize your funds towards?
Yes, those are most definitely the two that need to be prioritized right now.
All right. And on the application as it stands right now, I don't, okay. Here it is.
So I just sent you an email with it.
There we go.
I apologize for the inconvenience there.
All good. The only issue seems to be my own computer's processing speed. Okay. Okay. Oh, I do think I've seen this. Did you send this to me via email previously?
Yes, sir. Yeah, probably
All
last
right.
Thursday.
Then here. Labor.
So yeah, as you can see there, really expenditure wise, expanding our fleet, the labor fees going towards directly fixing our 2007 Nitro Bass boat. I got a quote from a local mechanic, and it's around there, around $2,300 is what it's going to take to fix it, considering the previous leadership has let the boat sit out in the open for the last 5 years. So we were trying to be progressive about this.
Then in that case, I'm going to move that we fund the category of capital expenditures at $5,500
Yep.
and the category of labor fees at $1,000. And then the categories of building venue rental, dues and fees, lodging, programming, supplies, and travel at 0.
Mhm.
All right. So with that, the Carolina Bass Fishing Club has been appropriated $6,500 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of your next steps, your organization will be able to, or your organization's budget request will be finalized at the end of this month when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed, you'll be able to apply for reimbursement. But that's all we have for you tonight. So thank you for coming.
Yep. Thank you guys very much. Have a nice rest of your evening.
You too.
Yep.
Okay. 8 minutes have passed since the Carolina Young Democratic Socialists of America's finance or assigned hearing time. They have not yet shown up, so I'm going to move that we fund all categories of their application at $0. Okay. All right. Good evening with the Bengali Student Association. Okay. Before we get started, I want to preface this by saying that we're working within the confines of an $880,000 budget. This means that we'll have to appropriate at a rate of about 45 to 50%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to introduce your organization and give an overview of what you're requesting funds for.
Sure. So my name is Tanjita Shamsuddin. I'm the treasurer of the Bengali Student Association. And we're basically a cultural club on campus that works to spread knowledge and raise awareness of the Bengal region in South Asia and issues pertaining to its people, culture, language, history, and more. There is some overlap with other South Asian cultures and communities, and that provides a lot of opportunities for collaboration. But there's also several unique characteristics of Bengali culture that we hope to highlight throughout the semester through various social and educational events. So I'm just going to take the time to go through a breakdown of what these events are and what supplies that we are requesting funding for each of them. So they are listed on our application, but I'll just break them down verbally. Our first event that we held was our Pudina and Paint event on the first week of class. So our Pudina is the Bengali word for mint, and it's a really important plant in our culture, not just as a cooking ingredient, but an herbal and aromatic, and it has a long intertwined history with the culture itself. And so we were basically set up on the quad where people had a chance to take a terracotta pot, paint it, and when they were done, they could plant their own mint sprouts, take it home, and continue to grow their own pudina. So we ended up spending $184.33 on this event, which is less than what we originally anticipated. But basically, the cost went towards the terracotta pots, a 24-color paint set, 16 mint plants, and some mint seeds in case we ran out of the plants. So that total came out to, like I said, $184.33. All of the other events, that was the only event that we have had the chance to actually have. All of the other events that I'm going to be talking about are scheduled for later on in the semester. So our next event that we're planning on holding is the henna tutorial event. So henna is a form of body art, and it's used a lot of times before or during a celebration to signify like a holiday or something that's an event that's worth celebrating. So this particular event, we are hoping to set it up as a tutorial or a class structure where there's going to be an instructor, somebody that has a little bit of experience guiding the rest of the class and the rest of the participants, learning how to do the henna designs, learning how to use the paste, and all the while kind of learning about how it's used in the Bengal region. So this event is also kind of used as a preface to the Hindu holiday Durga Puja, which is happening in mid-October. That's why this event, we're planning on having that a few weeks or a few days before that holiday. So the supplies that are used are going to be $48 worth of the henna cones and $30 worth of decorations, because we really want to emphasize the holiday and prepping for that holiday and give our participants an opportunity for cultural practice on campus instead of just having a plain room for where we advertise a holiday that we don't actually celebrate for. So, or sorry, decorate for. And also the decorations would be reusable, so we would have them available to reuse for future events. So we would keep those in storage as well. And that total comes out to around $78. Our next big event, one of our biggest events of the semester, is the cricket tournament event. So cricket is a very popular sport. It's similar to baseball, but there's a few key differences. And it's played a lot in Bangladesh and other parts of South Asia. So our tournament event is going to allow for a lot of students to create teams with their friends, practice their skills, and compete against each other. And it will also, there's also going to be other activities and mini games for spectators to watch and participate in while the matches are going on. So we're hoping that this is an event for everybody and where everyone can participate. So the supplies for this, the total should come out to around $340. The supplies mostly go towards the equipment needed for the matches. So cricket bats, balls, stumps, and then medals and trophies for the winners. Our next event is a fuchka social event. Fuchka is a type of street food very popular in Bangladesh, and we're hoping to set this up as kind of like a pop-up food stall, similar to what you would see in the street food environment. And the only supplies that we would need for this are paper cups, which should just come out to $8 in total. And our final event is a movie night where we're going to showcase a movie that is a movie that's showcasing Bengali language and culture. And for that, we really only need lawn blankets, which come out to a total of $115. So those would just be used. They would also be reused and held in storage for future events. And a lot of our events that we're planning on having outside, those would be reused for those, just as a way for people that are coming to the events to feel comfortable, not necessarily sitting on the ground, so that they have something to protect themselves. But those are all of our financial funding requests that we're making for the semester.
All right. Well, seeing as everything here checks out in terms of our requirements and formulas and permitted areas, and your organization's unusually small request size, I think it's appropriate that we move to fund the category of supplies at $732. Do you hear a second? There we go. All right, so with that, the Bengali Student Association has been appropriated $732 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of next steps, your organization's funding request will be finalized at the end of this month when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this is passed, you'll have the opportunity to apply for reimbursements. In terms of tonight, though, that's all we have, so thank you for coming.
All right, thank you so much. Have a great night.
You too. Good evening. Just to confirm, you are representing out in STEM?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, cool. Then before we get started, I do just want to preface this by saying we're working within the confines of an $880,000 budget, which means we'll have to fund organizations at a rate of about 50%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next 5-ish minutes to present your organization and what you're requesting funds for.
Okay, thank you so much. So my name is Pascal Hunter. I'm the treasurer for Out in Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics, or OSTEM. And I'm super excited to be involved with this incredible student organization. So OSTEM is an organization dedicated to empowering LGBTQ plus students in STEM to succeed personally, academically, and professionally. We hold events to connect queer STEM students with one another. We partner with graduate students in our sister organization, STEM Pride of the Triangle, to provide one-on-one mentorship opportunities. And we also encourage mentorship between undergraduate students. And so really we are here to create a space and a community to celebrate being queer while also supporting each other in STEM-related pursuits, be it classes, obtaining internships, or scholarships, thinking about med school, grad school, and just truly what it looks like to be a successful queer person in STEM. And so apart from weekly meetings on Wednesdays, we host informal meetings at Epilogue every other Friday and plan on hosting a variety of other events, including the mentorship pairing event, the 3rd annual DEI Inclusive Teaching Award Ceremony, a couple of speaker events, an informal like research Q&A, social events like a Halloween movie night, field trips to local places related to queer and scientific history, and more. And so in what we're asking for funding, it is to further these goals and to, both promote these events and encourage that people have a good time. And I don't know. Were you looking for specifics for the events? Or?
If you would like to go into that, yes, but everything here seems to check out on our requirements, and seeing your large impact and very small request, I think I can make a confident determination here. So I'm going to move that in the category of printing and publicity, we fund $75. The category of programming, $200. Category of supplies, $85. And the category of travel, $102.87. All right, so with that, Out in Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics has been appropriated $462.87 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of next steps, your organization's budget request will be finalized at the end of this month when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this budget bill is passed, you'll be able to apply for reimbursement, but that's all we have for you tonight. So thank you very much for coming.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah.
Of course. Good. Oh. Good evening with, yes, the Women's Network. Okay. Before we get started, I do want to say that we're working within the confines of an $880,000 budget. This means we'll have to fund organizations at a rate of roughly 50%. So keep this in mind as we go forward. But with that being said, I want to give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to go over your organization and what you're requesting funds for.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So yeah, my name is Emily Brown. I'm the treasurer for the Women's Network at UNC Chapel Hill. We're a chapter of a national organization that focuses on cultivating and celebrating women's ambition by connecting our members to industry leaders, professional development resources, and career opportunities. So all the funding that we requested for it goes directly back to our members and the events for that. We don't have any major or minor requirements, so it's open to all non-male identifying students, and we support them after college as well. So we requested funding for 6 different programs. The first one is a monthly book club meeting that we have. We requested $25 for publicity and printing for this for general marketing. Our second program was funding for a flower fundraiser. We hosted last semester, it did really well. Hoping to host it again, and we requested supplies for this, for the flowers, and then accessories that go along with that as well, totaling $300. The third event that we requested funding for is our free headshots. This is really beneficial to our members because you can't typically get free headshots on campus, but we host this that they can use for the LinkedIn resume, etc. And we requested funding for a camera and props to use, totaling $750. Our fourth program is a Clifton Strengths Assessment event that we're going to host where our members can take the assessment and get personalized results. It's $25 a person, and we're hoping to have 30 members be able to take the test, so we requested $750. Program 5 is a movie night that we want to host that hosts at Varsity Theaters, where we show a movie that celebrates influential figures of women's history and provides a safe place for discussion on the adversity that we face. And then the last one is funding for general supplies such as poster boards, decorations for events, stickers. We've requested funding for this before, so that one is nothing new. So yeah, funding for 5 different categories: venue rental, capital expenditures, programming, supplies, printing, and publicity, totaling $2,625. I'd be happy to answer any questions or go into detail about anything else.
Everything seems to check out in terms of our formulas and permitted areas. So I guess I'll just ask, since we will need to cut this down to fit the budget, where do you want our funds to be prioritized?
I would say definitely the general supplies. That's what we like. We definitely need funding for that. And the Clifton Strengths Assessment, we want to at least be able to cover some members. I mean, all of it. I understand that the budget can't support that, but as long as we can get maybe like 10, and then Hershey and like our headshot events, we were hoping to get a camera so we wouldn't have to like use the members, but I mean, then again, I understand. But like definitely like our supplies, I would love it to be directed towards there. Publicity would be great. Sorry, I don't know if that answered your question. It's hard to pick one, but
yeah. Oh, I understand. Just where we should be putting our funds. Okay. All right. And with that, going to move that in the category of supplies, we fund $500.
Second.
The category of programming, we fund $500.
Second.
The category of capital expenditures, we fund $300.
Second.
Then the categories of building, venue, rental, and printing and publicity at $0.
Second.
All right, so with that, the Women's Network has been appropriated $1,300 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of your organization's next steps, at the end of this month, your organization's budget will be finalized when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill passes, you'll be able to apply for reimbursement. That's all that we have for you tonight, though, so thank you for coming.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Of course. Okay. For club swimming, seeing as how 7 minutes have passed since their assigned hearing time and how they have not completed and passed the treasurer's test, I'm going to move that in all categories we fund them at $0.
Second.
Good evening. Okay. Yes, and you are with obvious, yeah. Yes. And you will
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm supposed to be joined by Martine Gaspar.
Okay. Just about to ask that. I'll let them into this room. All right. Before we get started, I do want to preface this by saying we're working within the confines of an $880,000 budget. This means that we'll have to fund organizations at a rate of about 50%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you're requesting funds for.
Got it. Great. I'm Christina Valyhovska, the treasurer of Carver. I'm here with Martine Gaspar, our hardware project lead. To preface my budget request, I would like to mention that Carver is the only virtual reality development organization on campus, and the computer science department at UNC only just recently launched a single VR-related graduate course And for this reason, it's vital that we have funding to purchase necessary hardware, which is already sparse and outdated in the CS department. We also serve a very unique subset of students interested in XR technology, and our interest has grown rapidly this year. The reason why we're requesting this hardware that I will list in just a few seconds is because we launched a new section of the club, a development team split into 3 topics, including design, software, and hardware, to support students who want more hands-on experience. Our hardware team is one of the only ones offered among CS clubs, and we had more than 100 applicants this cycle. To support these students within the capital expenditures section, we are requesting funding towards a brand new high-power PC and display, so that we have the capabilities to not only run intensive software, but also to support multiple projects at once. We cannot do this with the single basic PC we have right now. We also want these students' painstakingly made projects to work and remain relevant through upcoming years, which is why we are requesting funding for the most updated Meta headsets and trackers. We are also requesting funding for different forms of storage, since the upkeep of the equipment is our top priority and we aim to keep it in working condition for years to come, even while our club participates in campus events and brings headsets around to different locations. Moving on to the supplies section, with the growth of our club this year and our growing involvement with professional organizations like ICXR, the Intercollegiate Association of VR and AR clubs at universities, we want to represent ourselves in a way that reflects UNC's values and also appeals to students. So for this reason, we are requesting funding for an official Carver tablecloth to represent us during our showcases, stickers with our logo to give out to students, vinyl paper to make shirts to better promote the club and also create a sense of camaraderie among students. And lastly, we are also requesting funding for batteries to keep smaller items running. If you're speaking, I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Yes. Okay, so this all seems to check out in terms of our permitted funding areas and any sort of formula. So since we will have to cut this down to fit the budget, I'll ask where you want our funds to be prioritized.
100% capital expenditures. Our priorities are the PC and display, as well as the headsets and trackers.
All right, then in that case, I'm going to move that in the category of capital expenditures, we fund $3,200. And in the category of supplies, $0.
Second.
All right. So with that, Carolina AR/VR has been appropriated $3,200 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of your organization's next steps, your budget request will be finalized at the end of the month when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this budget bill is passed, you'll have the opportunity to apply for reimbursement. But in terms of tonight, that's all we have. So thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good evening, here with Sigma Eta Pi, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working within the confines of an $880,000 budget. This means we'll have to fund organizations at a rate of about 50%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to introduce your organization and what you need funds for.
Okay. All right. Can I start?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So Sigma Eta Pi is a professional business fraternity. So we are a combination of individuals who want to grow their entrepreneurial ventures, but also want to engage in brother-like social activities. So that is kind of the main goal of our organization. And we currently have about 15 members in our club, and we are looking to add about 15 more members to bring that out to a total of 30 members. And as far as what we have requested in the budget, I believe we've requested somewhere around $7,500. And I would like to kind of break down just the most important things that we're requesting in order of most priority to least priority. So as a fraternity, last year we had a couple of different events that we hosted that required some financial assistance. Specifically, we would like to continue one of those events, which is our annual cocktail event. And this is an event where multiple different brothers come together and organize a night that all members can come to and really, just relax and have a social time without having the pressure of being in a classroom. And we would like to ask for about $1,000 for this event. We hosted it last year at a place on Franklin called Downtime, and we would like to host it at the same place, or we were also thinking of Still Life. So we would like about $1,000 there. And as soon as we initiate all of our new brothers for this semester, we would like to have a dinner with them. So we feel this is a good opportunity to once again get to know one another. And we believe sharing food is one of the best ways to really get to know one another. So that would all fall under the building and venue rental. Can I know how much time I have left?
4 minutes.
4 minutes, okay. So that encompasses the building and venue rental, which is about $1,700 that we requested. I think our next important part of the budget request is our lodging, and this would be specifically for our weekend retreat that we are planning. So as a fraternity, you must be aware that they engage in a lot of social activities, and that is being a professional fraternity, we would like to emphasize not only the social aspect but also the professional aspect. And this will lend to be a good time for different groups to come up with their pitches for our pitch competition that we plan on holding, and this will be a way for them to work on their plans, their business plans of such in a stress-free environment. So we are requesting, I believe, I think $2,100 here. And for 30 members, I think it is about, I think we're requesting around $30 per member for travel purposes as well. So this falls under lodging in terms of staying in a hotel, and then also about a $30 for traveling on a bus to go there. So that's another important expense. So in terms of the timeline of our schedule, we would like to have this dinner, the social cocktail, as well as the weekend retreat. And those cover, I think, the three biggest priorities of our budget request. Alongside that, being a entrepreneurship fraternity, we would like to invite various entrepreneurs who can share insights on how they develop their business, and we would like to give them some sort of gift cards in return for, giving them gratitude for coming to our specific workshops and guest speaking events. So that would be covered under our speaker fees. So if we can receive something like $25 per speaker, we would like to see if we can get about maybe 10, 15 speakers around there. And then alongside that, we would also like to request some funds for clothing. And that's specifically due to the fact that we are a growing organization with 30 members or so, and we would like to allocate maybe $20 to $30 for club t-shirts, as we think that would be a good way for other people to recognize our club, and so we can better market ourselves. And then we would also like to request about $500 just for our pitch competition money. So for the winners of our pitch competition, we would like to give them about $250 each to help actually propel the progress of their startup, as we are a entrepreneurship fraternity. So I think overall, the main things that I would like to get out of this is that we would like a large sum for our social event, which is going to be our cocktail. We would like a smaller amount for our initiation dinner, and then a larger amount for our retreat, which includes travel fees as well. And then a couple of smaller fees for things like guest speaker events and things like club t-shirts and such like that.
All right. A few things I've noticed. On your application, it says that your group is unwilling to identify student government as its sponsor. Would you say that this is accurate?
Yes, I think that is what we wrote.
Okay. As a point of information, any event held by a student organization that is funded by student government needs to indicate that it is sponsored in part or full by student government.
Okay, in that case, I believe there may have been a misinterpretation of what that statement meant. So yes, we would be willing to identify the Student Congress as our sponsor.
Okay, cool. As long as we can get that confirmation here, that's good. And then let's see, the categories of benefits and educational supplies are not categories that we fund. So we will not be able to provide funds for either of those.
Educational supplies, you said?
Educational supplies and benefits.
And benefits, okay.
Yes. And then, okay, on the $750 for the initiation dinner, would this money be used for renting the building or purchasing food?
This money would be used for the purchasing of food.
Okay, so food is also a thing that we cannot fund outside of the food insecurity cycle. So that will also not be able to be funded. Dues and fees. One of the prohibited items is dues to national organizations, of which.
Okay, I think after we filled out this form, we realized that I don't think we need to actually pay those dues. So that's fine.
And most, like, everything that I'm saying we can't fund now will be fine going into the half that we do not fund. So everything should be good there. Let's see. Also, the gift cards, another prohibited item. We cannot fund gift cards as after those gift cards are funded, we do not have any oversight on whether that funding is spent on other prohibited categories. So we cannot fund those either. Okay. And then to cut it down further, where would you like our funding to be prioritized?
We would like the funding, if you're going to give roughly a 50% appropriation rate, if you can allocate the funds towards lodging and building/venue rental.
Okay. All right. In that case, I'm going to move that in the category of building venue rental, we fund $1,000.
Second.
Okay. The category of lodging, $2,100.
Second.
The category of clothing, $700.
Second.
And then the categories of benefits, dues and fees, educational supplies, speaker fees, and travel at 0.
Second.
All right. So with that, Sigma Eta Pi has been appropriated $3,800 from the Undergraduate Senate.
Could you repeat the categories which were allocated?
Yes, one moment. That would be 1,000 in building venue rental.
Okay.
700 in clothing.
Yeah.
And 2,100 in lodging.
Okay.
All right, so then in terms of your organization's next steps, your budget will be finalized at the end of this month when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. Yes, once this budget bill is passed, you will have the opportunity to apply for reimbursement. For tonight, though, that is all that we have, so thank you for coming.
Thank you for your time.
Of course. Good evening, the Minority Association. Medical students. Okay, before we get started, I do want to state that we're working within the confines of an $880,000 budget. This means that we'll have to fund organizations on average at a rate of 50%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to introduce your organization and tell us what you're requesting funds for.
Hi, so I'm so sorry. Just want to check. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
All right, awesome. So my organization is Minority Association of Pre-Medical Students, and we are a student built organization that is under an umbrella organization known as SNMA, which is the Student National Medical Association. The Student National Medical Association is over us, and it's more for medical students and doctors and physicians, while MAPS, or our organization, is mainly for the undergrads. Now, SNMA, since it is our parent organization, we can still tap into SNMA. And SNMA requires us to pay dues, and they have ultimately different conferences as well as travel opportunities for the MAPS students and MAPS members. So we are mainly asking for funding to help pay for those dues for our MAPS student body. So we're asking funding to cover the SNMA dues, as well as funding for T-shirts and travel, and as well as the conference dues that SNMA has to pay.
On your application, yes, it seems on your application you've requested the 1,500, 1,000 building venue, 500 in programming. I don't see anything about dues.
So on our application, the thing about MAPS is we're not, our chapter wasn't particularly connected with SNMA until recently. So we like pretty much just got reinstated. So now that we are reinstated, SNMA does cover some funding for MAPS. So now what we're really asking for is to help cover the dues. And I wasn't quite sure if I could like change that in my application, as I didn't know if I could re-access it or how that would work. So I thought I would present it here in the meeting.
All right. Now, just as a point of information, in the dues and fees category, we are not permitted to directly fund the paying of dues to greater national organizations. But we can still fund other things. It also says on your application that your group is unwilling to identify student government as its sponsor. Is that accurate?
Can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
Your application states that your group is unwilling to identify the student government as its sponsor. Is this accurate?
So I'm not 100% sure as to what that entails. Could you explain that?
Yeah, so as a requirement, as a requirement for all organizations to receive funding is that at any event that is either in part or in full funded by student government funds, your organization will need to state that that event was funded in full or part by student government.
I got you. Thank you. That must have been a mistake on our part when filling out the application. We are definitely willing.
All right, cool. As long as we can get that confirmation here, that's all good. Then, in terms of cutting this down to fit the budget, where would you like our efforts prioritized?
I would say efforts prioritize more towards the venue rather than the programming.
All right, then. And in that case, I'm going to move that in the category of building venue rental, we fund at $600.
Second.
And the category of programming, $250.
Second.
So with that, the Minority Association of Pre-Medical Students has been appropriated $850 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of next steps, your organization will have your organization's budget will be finalized at the end of this month when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed, you will be able to apply for reimbursement. But that's all that we have for you tonight, so thank you for coming.
Can I just clarify one more thing?
Mm-hmm.
So you said 600 and 350. Wouldn't that be 950? Or did I get those first two numbers wrong?
So we appropriated $600 in building venue rental and $250 in programming.
Okay, gotcha. I didn't hear that first part, that last part. All right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. Good evening. You're here with Club Golf, correct?
I am. How are y'all doing tonight?
Good. And then your treasurer is joining us. All right. Okay. Good evening. Before we get started, I do want to preface this all by saying that we're working within the confines of an $880,000 budget. This means that we'll have to fund organizations at a rate of roughly 50%. So keep this in mind as we go forward. But with that, I will give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funding for.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll start us off. So like I said, UNC Club Golf, we're a co-ed team that competes both in the fall and spring semesters. And the primary, point of Club Golf is for competitive members to be able to continue on at Carolina and continue building their skills, make lifelong connections, and have a great time continuing the sport they played in high school or priorly. So there's 3 tournaments we play each semester. These are regional, hosted through the NCCGA with the potential to have a national championship. And we're primarily seeking funding in the following 3 areas. We want to have another intra-club tournament. We want to have funding for lodging because there's distance and travel times involved, as well as branding to continue to have a clean aesthetic for a club. And then I'll hop into the intra-club side of it, and then Andrew will follow up with the lodging and branding, and then we'll recap. So the intra-club tournament, high level, pretty much members can go out. This isn't hosted through the NCCGA, but this is something we did in fall 2022. Members came out. We booked tee times for 20 members to come out. They play around. Everyone has a good time, and it's just another way for them to come build that camaraderie with everyone, build those connections, and continue their golf skills. And we had a huge jump in membership this year. We went from 68 members last year to 101 in our roster. And high level, we're looking for $2,025. We spent $1,350 last semester, so about a 50% increase is what we're projecting for the intra-club tournament. And I'll hand it over to Andrew to talk about the lodging and the branding.
Yeah, so we're requesting $840 for lodging for our second NCCGA golf tournament this semester at Whispering Woods down in the Pinehurst area. So reason being, at a rate of the standard rate of $35 per student per night, we would be lodging 16 men's competitors and 8 women's competitors to partake in this tournament, which is our furthest distance tournament of the 3 this semester. This location is an hour and 10-minute drive from Chapel Hill. So over a 2 days tournament there and back, that's around 4 hours and 40 minutes transit for each student. And if there are 24 students, then that's around 6 cars if we're carpooling, and 4 person per car, which normally doesn't happen. So you're looking at more than 6 cars. This extra funding will reduce constrained travel times on members. And in the past, members have provided feedback that transit times have greatly hindered their tournament participation just due to the simple fact that they are oftentimes over an hour away. So for the Whispering Pines tournament, we plan to use the additional funding to secure lodging on the Saturday night, this September 30th, as I put in the application, for members to spend the night and compete the next day on Sunday, October 1st as well. And then for the branding section, we're requesting $2,060 for UNC Club Golf branded polos. So we use a portion of our annual budget to purchase merchandise for dues paying competitive members. Priorly, this is taking the form of traditional unisex golf gear, so quarter zips, polos, hats, etc. We want to continue doing it to project a clean, cohesive image for our team at competitive tournaments. However, with the rise in membership, as Ryan mentioned, merchandise costs adds up because sourcing printing companies to produce our gear with UNC branding is expensive. So we've sacrificed a bit of quality and amounts really in the past due to funding, and we would love to provide members with high quality merchandise. So our competitive dues right now are $285 this year, and members deserve to receive quality gear to represent UNC while competing on and off the course. So we're projecting that we spend around $2,060 on merchandise, up 50% from last year's $1,374.30, due to total membership increasing around 50%. So yeah, we intend to buy high quality polos for our competitive members this year. Again, creating a clean, cohesive image for our club and for UNC as well.
All right.
Yeah. And then just to recap everything, the total funding we're seeking is $4,925. And like I said, that'll cover, the intra-club tournament, lodging, branding. And, really we're here just to enhance the experience of, UNC students, particularly through golf. And, we look forward to your consideration and answering questions y'all have right now.
You did just say 4,900 on the website. It has you down as 3,385.
Okay, so that would be a discrepancy. These projections were made before we had our final roster count done. So those would be old projections. Like I said, our recruiting window closed this past Sunday, and like I said, we went from 68 members, and that pricing was based on that model. We did really well, so we wanted to come today and project new numbers. Is that okay, or is that a problem there?
So we do work on rather tight budgets. So for the purposes of your hearing, we will need to go off of that 3,385 number.
Okay.
Understandable, yeah.
And then okay. Everything else, all the proper formulas were followed. All right. So in terms of cutting this down to fit the budget, where do you want our funds to be prioritized?
I would say for me, primarily, I'd say like having a clean and cohesive image that would carry out for everyone. Obviously, our primary function, we want money for everything. But everyone does, and everyone's constrained and with how much we have to spend.
I'd say for our specific needs though, I'd say number one is likely the branding, so the clothes. And then number two would be the intra-club tournament, just because of how popular it is. But yeah, if you were to rank it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then in that case, I'm going to move that we fund the category of building venue rental at $800.
Second.
And the category of clothing at $800.
Second.
The category of lodging at $0.
Second.
All right, so with that, UNC Club Golf has been appropriated $1,600 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of your organization's next steps, your budget will be finalized at the end of this month when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed, you'll be able to apply for reimbursements and get your money. That is all that we have for you tonight, though, so thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Forbes. Thank you, Gabe.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. Arpeggio stuff. Good evening.
Hello.
All right. Before we get started, I do want to say that we're working within the bounds of an $880,000 budget. With the number of requests, that means we'll have to fund organizations at a rate of about 50%. So keep that in mind as we go forward. But yeah, I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you're requesting funds for.
Sure. Hi, I'm Nikhil Satyanathan, and I'm the treasurer of the Tarpeggios.
And hello, I'm Kai Turek, the president of the Tarpeggios. We are a competitive mixed voice a cappella group at UNC, and our main goals for this semester are going to include our fall concert at the end of the semester, finishing production of an album featuring our best and favorite songs from recent years, and paying our dues for various a cappella competitions, which will be held in the spring.
Just some of the statistics about our organization. We estimate that we've reached a combined 20,000 people through gigs, performances, and social media in the past year. We narrowed this down to around 4,000 students, considering our social media metrics and audience sizes at our concerts and large gigs like Sunset Serenade. We're also keeping costs to this for the student government as low as possible by charging admission fees for our concerts, as well as holding bake sales and partnering with other organizations and businesses to raise funds. Now, moving on to our funding requests. These are sorted loosely based on our priorities for this semester. Firstly, our fall concert will require $1,000 for the venue, $2,000 for professional sound and mixing, and $600 for publicity. Next, for our album production, we are asking for $8,720, which will go towards sound mixing, sound mastering, distribution, and album art for 11 songs. Next, we are requesting $1,200 to pay our competition dues, namely the ICCA competition, which schools from across the nation participate in, and One Voice, which is a competition held on the East Coast. Next, we are requesting $230 to finish paying for the mastering and distribution of our latest EP, which was released during the summer of 2023. Lastly, we are requesting $860 for retreat costs, which include lodging and transportation based on the formulas provided. Thank you all so much for allowing us to present our requests to you. We're open to fielding any questions you all might have. Thank you so much.
All right. Most everything looks good on our formulas. I will say that on the summer 2023 EP lingering costs,
Yes.
this would fall under our retroactive funding prohibition, so we cannot fund anything that has occurred prior to the opening of the application cycle.
Okay.
So that specifically we will not be able to fund. That'll be fine though. That can just go in the half that doesn't get funded. And then, all right, everything else looks good. So in terms of cutting this down to fit that budget, where do you want our efforts to prioritize?
In terms of the amounts I would like full, building and venue rental is something we definitely need. And it's basically the top three values. So building and venue rental, production, and then professional labor and fees. Those are obviously the largest amounts, but they're also the most important amounts to our organization. There is some leeway I can, we're able to give with ticket costs, based on the request that we've given and the information that we've kind of received since. So if we could start there, that would be great.
All right. I can fund building venue rental and that one in full, and programming over half, and then labor fees at half, and having that be the only categories that we fund. Would that be acceptable?
So you're saying production at, sorry, I'm just making sure I get all this information correctly. So you're saying professional and labor fees at half, building and venue rental in full, and then production you said half?
Roughly.
Roughly half.
Would you like us to prioritize to these three, or would you like more even spread if that meant decreasing by some these three categories?
Can you give me a rough estimate of what a more even spread would look like? The two that, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but the two that definitely don't have priority is travel and lodging. So if we have to immediately eliminate sections, I would start there.
All right.
But of the other five categories, what would an even spread look like?
Let's see. This would look like 1,000 building venue, 1,300 programming, 4,500 labor fees, and then 500 printing publicity.
500 printing publicity. Okay, how much for professional labor fees again? Sorry?
4,500.
4,500? Okay. Could we move, just in kind of semantics, could we move $300 from the building and venue rental towards production? So make building and venue rental 700, production 1,600, just kind of moving the numbers that you've already given me. And then moving 300 from printing and publicity towards professional and labor fees.
All right, we can do that. Then, okay.
Just trying to meet you halfway here.
Then with that, I'll move that we fund the category of building venue rental at $700. Do I hear a second? The category of programming at $1,600.
Second.
The category of labor fees at $4,800.
Second.
And the category of printing and publicity at $200.
Second.
And then the categories of dues and fees, lodging, and travel at $0.
Second.
All right. So with that, the Tarpeggios have been appropriated $7,300 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of your organization's next steps, your budget will be finalized at the end of this month when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill passes, you'll be able to apply for reimbursement. That's all that we have for you tonight, though, so thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
You too. Good evening with the honors.
Hey, good evening. How are you doing?
Good. Okay.
I'm gonna try and fix it there. I'm sorry.
All right. Before we get started, I do want to say that we're working within the bounds of an $880,000 budget. This means that we'll have to fund organizations at a rate of about 50%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to introduce your organization and what you're requesting funds for.
Okay. Well, good evening. I'm Connor Collins. I'm the treasurer for Arnold Air Society. And essentially what Arnold Air Society is a service and professional development organization here. We can't necessarily technically say that we are Air Force ROTC, but it's an organization that is tagged along to consisting of Air Force ROTC members. Just want to make that clear. We're not requesting funds on behalf of a government entity, but we are cadets within Air Force ROTC that seek out further professional development and service within our local communities. And that's our main focus. And the reason why we're requesting funding is to be capable to continue to do things within our community and to further develop the members of our organization. It was a little, the way I have it broken down is a little different than how it was on the finance sheet, but all the funds are grouped appropriately in the finance sheet, but it's a little grouped differently in my presentation. I hope that's okay. Essentially, we have 4 main categories that we are requesting for, all within the bounds of the budget request sheet. And essentially, the big event number 1 that we're requesting funds for is a thing called Region Conclave, where all of our sister organizations from across our region, which includes North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and parts of Florida, come together to essentially have one big service event, as well as to come and share all of our ideas and the things that we've progressed and the things that we've done, kind of just spitball and give each other ideas on things that how we can grow together. Our number 2 is for candidacy. It will include equipment rental, guest speaker fees. To join our organization, there is a candidacy process for incoming members to see that they are fit for our organization. It is we develop them professionally, and we see it fit to host different events that can allow us to do so. That being self-defense. We have a self-defense class under equipment rental, our survival and evasion class for an equipment rental, as well as a guest speaker fee, and our extended training exercise, which is then focused on professional development as well. And for event number 3, it's called the National Conclave. We are requesting for travel and lodging, as well as dues and fees, to send 2 members of our organization to properly represent us on the national level. So rather than the region conclave, now we have the national conclave for all of our sister organizations across the entire continental United States. Again, that's for travel and lodging, as well as dues and fees. And then for number 4, here are all of our professional development events. We're requesting for equipment rental, guest speaker fees, programming, and travel. Our first professional development training is going to be a CPR training for all of our members of our organizations to be trained in CPR and CPR certified. Our second professional development event is going to be our mental health training. It's how to manage mental health. It's something we all pretty much need right about now. But how to properly manage mental health and how to manage others, how you can assist others when they're struggling with mental health. Our third is a resume builder. Speaks for ourselves to have a guest speaker come and teach a lecture on building resumes. Our fourth is for our cumulative service projects. We have different events lined up, such as Habitat for Humanity, the Wetlands Wildland Cleanup based out of Walnut Creek in Raleigh, as well as a blood drive for our service projects. And then finally, we have a camping trip to help retain our members and hopefully recruit for the organization. And I believe that sums it all up.
All right. These seem to check out in terms of our requirements. So in terms of cutting this down to fit that $4,500 budget, where do you want us to prioritize our funding?
So the prioritization of funding is especially on the professional development events. I think that those would be the best help, as well, just mainly equipment rental and dues and fees is essentially the biggest struggles that we find that we have. Is just equipment's rental, dues and fees, as well as guest speaker fees. That would be where the priority would lie. Travel and lodging would be nice, but whatever you see fit.
Okay, then with that, I'm going to move that in the category of dues and fees, we fund $2,200. The category of equipment rental, $1,800.
Second.
And the category of programming, $500.
Second.
And then the category of travel, $0.
Second.
All right, so with that, Arnold Air Society has been appropriated $4,500 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of your organization's next steps, your budget will be finalized at the end of this month when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this budget bill is passed, you'll be able to apply for reimbursement. But that is all that we have for you tonight, so thank you for coming.
All right, thanks for having me. Y'all have a good night.
You too. Good evening. All right. Before we get started, I do want to say that we're working within the confines of $880,000 budget. This means we'll have to fund organizations at a rate of about 50%. So keep this in mind as we go forward. But I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funds for.
Okay, sounds good. First, I want to thank you guys so much for being here. My name is Syria Olingu, and I'm the president of the NAACP. And this is Claire Burke as well. And they are the vice president of the NAACP, also serving as we're both kind of serving as the treasurer right now as well. So our organization, you may have heard of the NAACP. It's a national organization. It stands for the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. It's a civil rights organization that has been around for honestly since 1909. And so basically what we're interested in and what we're trying to do on Carolina's campus is in line with the national organization's directives, which is basically advancing equity in the world. And so advancing equity here on Carolina's campus. So for us specifically, we're interested in advancing diversity, equity, and inclusion, and things related to that on our campus as well. So we have multiple committees as well. So we are hoping this year to tackle different things from education and disparities in education to health to gender related issues to just a few other things like political action, like kind of like voter injustice and things like that as well. So a lot of our events are focused on those different things. And that's why we have applied for funding. So we have a few different events. One of our most important and most vital events to our organization would be our state conference that's coming up. So for that, we'll be traveling or planning to travel to Wilmington, North Carolina, basically to get around other change makers and other people who are just interested in promoting equity, to learn from them, but also network with other people as well. And then as some other events that we have planned coming up are like a day trip to DC to learn more about Black history and inclusion, and also how just bring more awareness to voting, the whole kind of like civil process as well. And then we also have a few other events, like we have a networking event, and our networking event is specifically focused on Black women, specifically just trying to get them, because of like imposter syndrome and other things, just trying to get them to feel welcome and feel like they belong here, and empower them to go out and be great Carolina students and represent the university well as well. And then Claire, they'll talk about a few other events that we have.
Yeah, so we were thinking of having a health education night, which is an event that will happen like maybe twice throughout the semester, and we'll give basic health education to students that we have on campus. We'll have like doctors and healthcare professionals that will prevent on the events that pertain to their specialties and affect the Black community, and provide accurate health information to students that they need. And the topics will include are like mental health, nutrition, sexual and reproductive health, which are really prevalent issues on our campus that are honestly things that need to be taken care of throughout Carolina, throughout the US, but we just really want to focus on our Carolina students and be able to like create care packages for them and the costs that would be relevant towards that cause. We also have like kind of pertaining also to health, mental health and wellness workshop. This has been a really hard 2 weeks for students, and we really want to be able to care for them in the way that we want to, in the way that they deserve. So being able to advocate for them in that way, and also providing them with care packages, with education that will help them with resources in that capacity, or honestly just a safe space is what we're really trying to focus on, especially just with everything that's been going on. And we also just like a more fun activity for a lot of the Carolina students that we have is being able to provide like just a dance class, which is through our women in NAACP committee, which will be just helping students just to relax. Also, again, like creating a safe space and learning different forms of exercise, getting students moving and not just focusing on classes, but also just doing something for themselves, and just stressing the importance of like good nutrition, good sleep. And we'll be bringing in just like cost for space rental, bringing in a dance teacher, the rate for that, and just being able to do that with them, our students.
And then We also just have a few other events, like we have an environmental and climate justice sustainability class that we're kind of planning, basically teaching our students teaching other students how to upcycle and how to just be savvy with what they already have, and promoting sustainability. We also have a nutrition night as well, in which students will be learning about basically how to take care of themselves. And with that, they'll be getting seeds to plant plants, have their own little plants, and just kind of learn about how to garden and things like that as well in the future. And then we also have just voter registration events and just kind of other community events in which we'll be helping Carolina students. We have an affirmative action collab coming up as well with the Affirmative Action Coalition. So just a few different things. And I won't talk anymore because I think I went 1 minute over. So yeah, thank you.
All right. All this looks to fit within our requirements and formulas. So since we will need to cut this down to fit the budget, where do you want our efforts in funding to prioritize for you?
I think definitely the sexual and reproductive health nights, or the health education nights, are important for us, as well as I think the state convention is pretty important. And then our career networking event that we had also talked about, I think that's also very important. Yeah, we're really trying to do as many of these events as we can throughout the semester. Yeah, so I mean, whatever can be afforded, we would prefer to do. We feel that it's all pretty important, but those are our highlights.
Now, more in terms of the funding categories that we have structured, so the building, venue, rental, clothing, dues and fees, etc. on that application.
Oh, you mean which categories from there?
Yes.
So you said building, rentals.
Or it's the list of the funding categories that we have structured, where you'd like our efforts to go prioritize.
I think supplies. Yeah, supplies. I think that's under capital. No, that might be under supplies. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Supplies is its own thing.
Got you. Venue, and then yeah, I think transportation is the other one, I guess, for the state conference, or yeah, I guess whatever that would fall under, the registration for that too.
All right. All right, I'm going to move that in the category of travel, we fund at $1,644.50.
Second.
All right. Category of supplies 1,000.
Second.
Dues and fees 1,600.
Second.
Building, venue, rental 1,000.
Second.
Programming 1,000.
Second.
All right. Equipment equipment rental 800.
Second.
All right, and then printing and publicity, lodging and clothing at 0.
Second.
All right, so with this, the NAACP has been appropriated $7,044.50 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of your organization's next steps, your budget will be finalized at the end of this month when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. Um, yes, once this budget bill is passed, you will be able to apply for reimbursement. And that is all that we have for you tonight. So thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Good evening. You're with Dive-In Chapel Hill, correct?
Yes, I am.
All right. Before we get started, I do want to preface this by saying that we're working with a budget of $880,000. This means that we'll have to fund organizations at an average rate of 50%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you'll need funds for.
Yeah, sure. So my organization is Dive in Chapel Hill. We are a service-based organization. We offer swimming lessons to underprivileged families in the Chapel Hill community at the Bowman Gray Memorial Pool. A lot of our children do have a language barrier, so that is another huge aspect of our organization. We help students on campus get experience teaching swim lessons while also practicing their Spanish and helping kids in the community learn how to swim. My request today is a total of $630. 480 of that is for renting pool space at the Bowman Gray Memorial Pool. We're planning on holding 8 one-hour sessions this semester, and this costs $60 per hour to staff for lifeguarding. And then the other $150 is to go towards new toys and equipment. We currently share toys with UNC Aquatic staff. So we are hoping to purchase our own equipment so we don't have to share.
All right. Well, seeing as both of those things fall within our categories or our proper permitted funding areas and the unusually small size of your organization's budget request, I think it's appropriate that we can fund the category of building venue rental at $480.
Second.
All right. And supplies at $150.
Second.
Okay, so with that, Dive-In Chapel Hill has been appropriated $630 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of your organization's next steps, your budget will be finalized at the end of this month when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' budget requests. Once this bill's passed, you'll be able to apply for reimbursements and get that money. But that's all that we have for you tonight. So thank you for coming.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course. Good evening. You're with the Pre-Veterinary Society, correct?
Yes, I am.
All right, cool. Then before we get started, I want to just preface this by saying that
We actually have two other officers coming. If
Okay.
that's all right.
Yes.
Yeah, I will let them know that. I
Alright.
think
I
because
know.
they're here. Yeah. Sorry for interrupting you.
No, you're all good. Are you expecting anyone else?
Yes, we have one more officer.
Okay, then I'll give them a couple minutes to show up since I know we're early.
Hi there. I'm so sorry. I just had a bunch of technical difficulties. Would you be able to repeat yourself?
Right now we're waiting on one more representative of your organization to show up.
Okay.
All right, there we go. All right, now that we can get started, I do want to preface this by saying that we're working within the confines of an $880,000 budget. This means that we'll have to fund organizations at a rate of about 50%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you are requesting funds for.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Aislinn, and I'm one of the co-presidents of the Pre-Veterinary Society.
Hi, my name is Xiaoyu, and I'm also another co-president.
Hi, my name is Kutsara, and I am the treasurer.
Yeah, and thank you guys again so much for your time tonight. As the officers of the Pre-Veterinary Society, we're basically here to represent the students in the pre-health track, which are concentrating in animal medicine. The Pre-Veterinary Society is the sole organization at UNC which is dedicated to exploring various careers in veterinary medicine. It connects students with admissions teams from numerous veterinary schools. We organize hands-on laboratory experiences with the UNC veterinarians in the Department of Comparative Medicine, and we host career workshops to prepare students for life beyond graduation. Additionally, we arrange volunteer events to provide students with more veterinary and animal experience, as well as holding general body meetings to facilitate relationships between students to share their stories and their interests. Within the Pre-Veterinary Society, our members are not only investing in their education and their career future, but they're also contributing to the improvement of animal welfare and healthcare. The skills and knowledge our members acquire help to enable them to make a profound impact on the lives of animals and local communities that they serve both in the present and in the future.
We understand that during college, students are still discovering their career decisions and trying to navigate the possibilities after graduation. And that's why we believe that it's essential for them to broaden their horizons to a world filled with careers where animal welfare is at its forefront. And this semester, we're planning events where students can interact with other veterinarians, whether they practice general medicine with small animals or specialize in fields such as oncology or rehabilitation, as well as veterinary technicians, ultrasound technicians, and rescue personnel. By providing a platform for our students to be immersed in different career paths, we want to support our members and help them succeed in their future endeavors while embracing their own personal backgrounds and passions.
Many questions that students have asked us or our guest speakers revolve around how to choose their career paths, what hands-on experiences are available to them, or what they should do to become more competitive applicants for veterinary school. These inquiries are just the tip of the iceberg, and we seek individuals with real-world experiences who have walked in our shoes to educate and guide us. We hope to engage with students and let them know that they are not alone in their journey to becoming a veterinary medicine personnel while equipping them with tools and experiences that will increase their chances of success in their career. In our budget request, we are seeking funds to purchase scrubs, suture kits, supplies for general body meetings and publicity materials, and cover the travel costs for volunteering events and the NC State College of Veterinary Medicine tour. In the past, we've had to pay out of pocket to participate in these events, which has limited the number of students able to get involved. As our organization expands, we are looking for more funding to support our members and hopefully achieve more goals as a group. For all the club's history, UNC Pre-Veterinary students have had to establish partnerships with outside institutions and organizations for mentorship. Without a veterinary school on campus, our members have had to take the initiative and find connections outside of Chapel Hill. But with this financial aid, as the only veterinary focused club on campus, the Pre-Veterinary Society at UNC will be able to expose themselves to the intricacies of the veterinary field and serve the local community. Thank you.
All right. Well, seeing as how all of these categories fit our requirements for the gas formulas and permitted items, we can go into shaving this down. So which categories would you like to see our efforts prioritize in appropriating you funds?
I believe the traveling costs as well as the suture kits would be our main priorities.
All right. Okay. Then in that case, I'm going to move that we appropriate $481.25 to the category of travel.
Yep.
And then in the category of programming, $1,200.
Second.
And then in the categories of clothing, printing and publicity, and supplies, $0.
Second.
All right. So with that, the Pre-Veterinary Society of UNC has been appropriated $1,681.25 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of next steps, your organization's budget request will be finalized at the end of this month, and the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. After this bill is passed, you'll be able to apply for reimbursements and get your money. That is all that we have for you tonight, though, so thank you for coming.
Thank you. Have a good rest of your evening.
You
Thank you so much for our time.
Hello, how are you?
Good. You're with the student organization for undergraduate literature, correct?
Absolutely right. I'm their treasurer.
All right. Before we get started, I do want to preface this by saying that we're working within the boundaries of an $880,000 budget. This means that we'll have to fund organizations at an average rate of 50%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you'll need funding for.
Thank you so much. And again, thank you so much for your time. I'm really very happy to be here. So I'm with the Student Organization for Undergraduate Literature, more popularly referred to as SOUL, as you'll hear around campus. And what we try to do is make reading accessible not just to the English and Comparative Literature department, but to all majors across campus by turning the idea of the book club on its head in a way that's a lot more accessible and time-friendly with all the commitments people have on campus. Every other Wednesday, we meet in Greenlaw Hall to discuss different themes of books. Tonight, we actually had our first meeting of hot takes, and it went very, very well. And I was very pleased to see that in the last month since our last meeting, we have quadrupled our budget after our tabling session in Small Fest. So as membership starts to arise, we really want to start taking on more projects, including what we think will be our first capital project and our first very successful capital project of a lending library. Essentially what this is, we would have a structure outside of Greenlaw Hall and right near Lenoir in the heart of campus where we would have our group put some books in there, and anyone who wants to participate in it can put their books in there as well. And it would start to facilitate an exchange across campus. Now, of course, representation is of the utmost importance in its criteria. So that's why we wanted it to be in the pit and also have anyone on campus participate in this to put their taste in there, start leaving their mark on campus in the books they would like to read or wish they had time to read as well. We've already sourced the materials to minimize the expenses while still retaining capital project status, and I've outlined all of that in the application that I sent to you about a month ago. We also made sure that all the materials we could find were the most sustainable we could find as well to better meet the green goals of our campus and our student finance committee. That's one of our goals. And one of the other things we really want to focus on this semester is creating a gathering space outside of our normal meeting time by hosting what we're terming now a bit of an event soiree, but the name is subject to change, obviously, where we want to partner with different organizations that are similarly literary minded and create almost like a fall themed gathering where we can not only discuss literature, but use a space such as Graham Memorial or Epilogue in a literary themed space and promote each other's organizations, maybe collect some money to start with general fundraising and create merchandise for our organization, in addition to the merchandise that we already give at our meetings, including bookmarks, including stickers that we've in the past gone out of pocket to print. So you'll see in my application that there's also a lot of, there's some printing budget as well. I believe we have a couple $100 in publication and printing in total to not only brand ourselves in the best way possible and include, of course, the USG Senate name on all of our publications, but to start sharing a lot of advertising for similarly minded literature organizations as we all work towards a common goal of making reading accessible to any major, regardless of culture or creed. How do I still have more time?
If you would like to go into depth in anything else, yes, roughly 2 minutes.
Wonderful. And my president just joined. This is Georgia Chapman.
So sorry, I think I got initially put into the wrong breakout room and I was very confused, but luckily I'm here now, so apologies for that.
That's quite all right. We were just discussing the event, the fall soiree, and the lending library as well. So with the lending library, the last thing I will say on that, while we have a little bit more time, each book will have a label on the inside that identifies it as a product of SOUL as well. So it also simultaneously tackles the marketing angle. And will reinforce both the group's reputation as the books enter university circulation, as well as, again, making reading accessible and promoting that love of literacy for a lot of people who otherwise would be really unknowing what our group and our department has to offer. I believe besides outlining all the price and expenditures down to the letter on the application, I believe that's as much as I would like to say, but I'm very open to questions about any of our initiatives, whether that be the fall soiree, advertising, or the lending library.
All right. Well, it seems like everything follows our permitted items and any formulas. So I guess I'll just go into, since we will need to cut this down to fit the budget, which of these, what categories do you want us to prioritize funding towards?
Of the projects that I just listed?
Or of the projects or the funding categories that the Senate officially recognizes?
Oh, yes. So I would say that we'd probably be interested, and Georgia, please chime in. We'd be most interested in funding the capital project of the lending library because we've expressed a commitment to that in the past. And while we're starting to gather the materials and outline the budget in its most in specificity, we do see that as an attempt to really make our mark as the literature organization on campus. By choosing to partner with other organizations for some of the other events, including the publicity and the supplies for the soiree that we're proposing, I think that if hypothetically that weren't to be funded, it gives us the opportunity to partner with other organizations who can contribute in their own way to where we can make this workshop soiree that benefits all parties involved and expresses a collaborative nature that would hope to be in relationships with these organizations for years to come. We're already working on that right now with Backpage, and Georgia can say a little more about that. But to answer your question, we would love to prioritize the capital project for the lending library.
All right. Then with that, I'll move that we fund the category of capital expenditures at $586. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Wonderful.
The category of, let's see.
If we were to suggest anything else for the events that we were talking about, of those categories, I would recommend that I would ask that you fund the event rental space, so we have space early on to begin planning around that. Because if we don't have that, the other categories would probably be a bit of a moot point.
All right, then in that case, I will move that we fund the category of building venue rental at $350. Do we hear a second?
Second.
And then the categories of equipment rental, printing and publicity, and supplies at $0.
Second.
All right, so with that, the student organization for undergraduate literature has been appropriated $936 from the undergraduate senate. In terms of next steps for your organization, your budget will be finalized at the end of this month when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed and signed, your organization will be able to apply for reimbursement and get your money. That's all that we have for you tonight, though, so thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time and, of course, your financials. Take care.
Thank you, guys.
Good evening. You are both with the Chinese Undergraduate Student Association, correct?
Yes.
All right. Then before we get started, I do want to preface this by saying we're working within an $880,000 budget. So with the number of requests received, we'll have to fund organizations at a rate of about 50%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but with that, I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to introduce your organization and what you'll need funding for this semester.
All right, thank you. So hi, I'm Lee, and I am the treasurer for UNC's Chinese Undergraduate Student Association, or CUSA for short. CUSA is a student-run organization open to all, and we are dedicated to bringing together Chinese students and those interested in Chinese language or culture at UNC by organizing social and cultural events that promote awareness and appreciation for Chinese culture. So most importantly, CUSA does not take any dues from its 300 members, so we rely solely on Senate fundings to hold majority of our events. Our largest annual event for the fall semester is the Mid-Autumn Festival, which we are planning to host this month on the 23rd in the Great Hall. This event is especially important as it is an opportunity for students to come and celebrate this important Chinese holiday together. We hope to bring together UNC students from all over the world to feel at home in the CUSA community. For the festival, we are requesting $2,110 to help cover for the expenses listed. The funds would help cover the expenses of renting the Great Hall, supplies needed for the activities at each table, and decorations. This quote that we provided is based off of previous years of costs that we have spent on it. And aside from the Mid-Autumn Festival, the sibling program is an important program for CUSA. It is a great opportunity for members of the club or anyone interested to connect with upperclassmen or underclassmen on a deeper level and offer resources to each other. One of the ideas we plan to initiate this year is giving each of the sibling pairs their own disposable cameras. We believe that photography is a great way to keep track of memory and experiences, and disposable cameras are a convenient and easy use option for capturing high quality photos that they can print out and have tangibly. We projected that there will be around 100 members for our sibling program this year, which would contain 50 applicants of bigs and 50 for little, and we will split them up into 2 pairs, so 50 groups. The expected budget for this plan will be roughly around 400 for 220 sets of disposable cameras to be distributed among the sibling pairs who wish to participate in this event.
And I'm Susan, I'm the other treasurer for CUSA, and our culture event that we're interested in hosting are actually just teaching fellow Chinese students and students all kinds of fan paintings. This event has been very popular for the past 2 semesters, and we receive feedback from participants that they would like to see similar events held again. For previous records, we anticipate to engage around 50 members. From this, we would need supplies that's including fans and paint sets, and the estimate cost will be around $390. CUSA plans to also host art and crafts night, which used to be known as our wellness night. This event also has received positive feedbacks from the students that have attended, and this semester we plan to do a kite decoration and Chinese embroidery to share traditional arts and crafts of Chinese culture. We participate to engage 70 participants, and we are requesting 376 for paper kites, paint sets, and embroidery sets. We also hope to host a game night this semester by buying Chinese games and other games such as mahjong, Chinese checkers, Go's, Uno, and Katan. Stations for each game will be set up, allowing students to go to different stations to play games that they are interested in. And for this, we are asking for funding to help attain these games and boards and pieces. Additionally, we also hosted multiple first-year events to engage freshman students and existing club members, but just offer additional opportunities for people to come and socialize together. And we are also hoping to request funding for our annual scavenger hunt, stress loss event, and then the Chinese paper cutting event. CUSA purchased a burner phone last semester to kind of maintain communications with vendors and help keep up with the financial accounts that we have, but we need a prepaid monthly plan to keep up with the financial account. And the cheapest prepaid phone that we have right now is a $5 per month. So we are requesting funding to continue our use with the burner phone. And most importantly, thank you all for your time and then the support for your club. We really do appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Of course. All right. It appears that all requested funds fit into our requirements and permitted areas and formulas. So, on your application, it does say that your group is unwilling to identify student government as its sponsor. Is this accurate?
Oh, wait, sorry. I'm so sorry about that. I don't think I saw that when I was applying.
That's all good. As long as we can get the confirmation that any of you will recognize us as a sponsor, then
yes.
All right.
I'm so sorry. That must have slipped across when I was submitting it.
Then in that case, Yes, since we do have to cut this down to fit the budget, where do you want our funding efforts to prioritize in terms of the funding categories that we work with?
I was hoping you could support most of our budget for the MAF and sibling program because those are two of our biggest events in the fall semester.
All right.
And then if you guys are able to support us in any of the other events, we would really appreciate it.
All right. Okay. Then um all right. There we go. All right. I'm going to move that we fund the category of capital expenditures at $1,100.
Second.
The category of building venue rental at $250.
Second.
Category of clothing at $250.
Second.
Labor fees at $250.
Second.
And printing and publicity at $150.
Second.
All right, so with this, the Chinese Undergraduate Student Association has been appropriated $2,000 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of next steps for your organization, your budget will be finalized at the end of this month when the budget bill is heard by the full Senate with all other organizations' funding requests. After this bill is passed and signed by the president, your organization will be able to apply for reimbursement. That's all that we have for you tonight, though, so thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too.
Andrew, quick question. We have some fun little issue where the treasurer of the Global Studies Student Association emailed you guys, said that she wasn't gonna be able to attend, but we don't have someone who's passed the treasurer's test here. The president just asked if they could take the test, and if they pass it, do a finance hearing at the end of our session tonight. Are we able to do that, or is that not allowed?
Since they did show up, yeah, if they can take the test and pass it, and we have time later tonight. It does look like in your subcommittee there are a couple people who haven't taken or haven't passed the treasurer's test, so that we can probably slot them in there.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll let them know when they should show up then.
All right.
All right, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Good evening with the helping government. Okay. Psychological science. All right. Good evening to the both of you. Before we get started, I do want to preface this by saying that we're working within the confines of an $880,000 budget. This means that we will have to fund organizations at a rate of roughly 50%. So keep that in mind as we go forward. But I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to introduce yourselves and tell us what you're requesting funds for.
All right. Can you hear me okay? Let's start with that. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. So hi, I'm the official from Helping Give Away Psychological Science. So we are a student-based nonprofit 501c3 dedicated to disseminating or spreading quality information about psychological science to the people who would benefit most, the UNC student body, clinicians, and the general public. We do that by facilitating small groups that aim to improve the information on Wikiversity, Wikipedia, YouTube, and other online sites that are extremely credible or extremely well-known, well-versed in psychology. We are one of the largest mental health organizations on campus and the only psychological club that has consistent and direct ties to psychological faculty, the psych and neuro department, and psychological programs across the county. We impact more than 3,500 individuals with our efforts. In the light of the 2 recent events that took a significant toll on our student body's mental health, we immediately met and coordinated a response with the university and the psych and neuro department. One of our ideas was utilized by the university administration. If you remember the survey that UNC sent just minutes before the second incident, that was inspired and transformed by the work we collaborated on. So we are requesting funding in the amount of $13,250 for the following initiatives: our semi-annual speaker series, a series of mental health themed podcasts, a series of focus groups with the Mental Health Coalition, and funding for tabling resources to enable us to engage and partner with organizations like Active Minds and NAMI. So moving on to our programming, our speaker series is an event in which we host professionals, mainly from the fields of psychology and adjacent fields, to talk about mood disorders, mental health hygiene, and similar topics, as these are topics especially relevant to the UNC community. These events count for CLE credit and have a turnout of over 100 people typically, as they are often hybrid on Zoom and in person, and often hosted in our student union. This year, we've invited an APA speaker, the social psychologist Daniel Oppenheimer, as part of a panel of professors to discuss generative AI and its implications for academia and future education, especially as it relates to assessing personal mental health, optimizing work-life balance, and using it as a personal assistant to reduce school stressors. So Dr. Oppenheimer will speak alongside professors here at UNC, which will increase publicity through their classes and connect to topics UNC-specific curriculums in the UNC-specific curriculum and to extracurriculars. Having them together is extremely important, as they are experts in the field of emerging AI trends, and Dr. Oppenheimer has given similar talks at the most recent American Psychological Association conference and is very well known for his recent work. So for this, we are requesting $3,000 under the category of speaker honoraria to compensate for his travel expenses and to be appreciative of his time. We also plan to have a meeting with the Mental Health Coalition, which is a group of representatives from more than 30 different student organizations, clinics, and affiliated faculty, all focusing on the campus mental health. We would meet with these people as stakeholders, creating a more tightly knit group of mental health advocates, a necessity with the year we've been faced with. We would talk about how to combine resources, especially in the light of recent events, to show students where they can find support on campus. And for these events, we are requesting funding in supplies to help us gather physical prizes for best ideas and suggestions in these meetings, which may look like things like self-care kits, for example. Then we are planning to host more campus-wide mental health advocacy events, which would largely be partnering with some of the largest mental health organizations on campus, including Active Minds and NAMI Orange County. These would typically look like tabling events where we would disseminate hundreds of resources and create or purchase self-care items to give to the UNC community, for which we are requesting funding in the category of supplies to create approximately 250 pamphlets and other resources to hand out. And our final request is for a series of podcasts focusing on mental health topics, which serve a similar mission as our speaker series, but are designed to be continually and easily accessible to reach a wider audience on campus and beyond. We've added this section based on student feedback as a fluid objective to answer questions about mental health hygiene tips, research dissemination, strategies for networking, and how to pursue careers in academia, specifically in clinical psychology. For this, we're requesting funding into categories of speaker honoraria for the professors, advertising expenses, and funding for programming. And that would essentially encompass our funding request for the most part. And let me know if you have any questions, because I went through that really quickly.
No, let's see. Everything seems to check out in terms of our permitted areas and formulas. So we'll go into narrowing this down to fit the budget. Since we will have to do that, I'll ask where you want to see our efforts prioritized in our appropriation of money.
I would prefer the efforts to be mostly appropriated in terms of speaker honoraria and either programming or supplies. If you're talking categories, if you're talking specific programs, then that would be towards our speaker events, and then towards probably tabling or the Mental Health Coalition is our biggest also then. So that should give you a sense of what we need.
All right, then with that, I will move that we fund the category of speaker fees at $5,000.
Second.
Supplies at $1,330.
Second.
Programming at $300.
Second.
And then the categories of clothing, dues and fees, labor fees, and printing and publicity at $0.
Second.
All right, so with that, helping give away psychological science, helping give away psychological science has been appropriated $6,630 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of next steps for your organization, your budget will be finalized at the end of the month when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. After this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, your organization will be able to apply for reimbursement. That's all that we have for you tonight, though, so thank you for coming.
Apologies. Is there any way that we could have a reconsideration on the printing and publicity fees of, anything from around like $500 at least? Last semester, we were able to hand out around 1,000 pamphlets and resources to students. And that money is also crucial to our mission. And so, even an increase of like $500.
Now, in order to keep this within the budget, we would need to transfer that from one of the other categories. Would you like to see that come out of speaker fees or supplies?
It was 5K that got allotted to speaker fees.
Yes.
Potentially reducing that speaker fees then.
Yeah.
Then I'll move that we move that we transfer $500 from speaker fees to printing and publicity.
Second.
All right.
Thank you.
So still at $6,630. And then yes, all of that. That is all that we have for you. So thank you for coming.
Thank you. I hope you have a nice night.
You too.
I can't get to the Zoom button. There.
Good evening, everyone from the Brazilian Student Association. All right.
Hello.
Evening.
How's it going?
All right. Before we get started, I do want to preface this by saying we're working with an $880,000 budget, which means that we will have to appropriate at a rate of, on average, 50%. So keep that in mind as we go forward. But I'll let you have the next 3 to 5 minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funds for.
Absolutely. So the Brazilian Student Organization here at UNC is a collection of all pretty much international students, and we aim to provide a family for those students here at UNC. And so some of the events we look to bring to them this semester include, first of all, cultural nights where we'll be celebrating the diversity of Brazil, featuring Brazilian music and buffet. And the funding we're asking for that is approximately $1,000, basically to secure a venue for the cultural nights. And then secondly, a different event which we're planning for the next few weeks is a trip to Jordan Lake State Recreation Area. And that way students can familiarize themselves with North Carolina and its like natural beauties. And the funding for that is solely for transportation from UNC to the Lake Jordan State Recreation Area and for parking over there. Thirdly, we have a t-shirt giveaway get together, and this is just to foster interest in the Brazilian Student Association and to give back to our members. And for that, we're asking for a budget of $500 based on our past experience with acquiring t-shirts. Our fourth event this semester would be a FIFA 23 tournament, and we've hosted several of these in the past. And basically, the funding for that would basically just to secure a prize in the form of a t-shirt, either from a local vendor on Franklin Street or from the student stores itself in the form of a t-shirt. One of our biggest events during the fall semester is Brasa Summit, which is an opportunity for students to network with huge Brazilian companies here in the US and from back in Brazil. And this year it's going to be taking place in Georgetown. So we would just be looking to acquire funding to allow for the event fee, which is $35, lodging in Georgetown, the parking, and for transportation as we would be driving. And we did all the necessary calculations using the code. And yeah, basically those 5 events are the main events we plan for the semester, and we're excited to get them rolling once we have the funding.
Yeah. I'd like to just touch on just one last thing. We also have a partnership with Accenture, the consulting firm, and we've been trying to have them come to campus to do some workshops and some recruitments for our club. And I just wanted to add that to the venues as well, because it's been kind of hard to find venues that our organization can afford for that workshop specifically. But that's all.
All right. Let's see. Everything here seems to check out. Oh. All right, so since we will need to cut this down to fit. Okay. Yes, we will need to cut some things down, so I'll ask, where do you all want the Senate to prioritize its funding to?
I think Brasa Summit is one of our biggest expenses. I think that's one of our most attended events as well. So I think prioritizing Brasa Summit would be
That, and I would say venues for sure for the events.
Okay. In that case. Okay. And I'm going to move that we fund the category of travel at $903.36.
Second.
The category of building venue rental at $500. Okay. The category of lodging at $500.
Second.
And the category of dues and fees at $300. And then the category of clothing at $0.
Second.
All right, so with that, the Brazilian Student Association has been appropriated $2,203.36 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of next steps, your organization's budget will be finalized at the end of the month when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. Once that bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will be able to apply for reimbursement. That is all that we have for you tonight, though, so thank you for coming.
Awesome. Thank you very
Thank you
much.
for your time.
Thank you for your time.
Goodbye.
Good evening. I'll ask that you give me 1 minute so I can handle business in the other room, but then we can get started.
Zoe, are you here with NC Purge?
Yeah, I am.
All right, perfect. I'm going to scoot you into subcommittee too.
All right. You're here with the YDSA, correct?
Yeah.
All right, and it's my understanding that you misread your funding hearing time, thing that it was 10, correct?
Yeah, so basically I'm not like the official treasurer, but they couldn't make it today, and so they told me they like sent me a text a couple of days ago of the time that they were gonna meet. And they had a potential conflict, but it ended up that they had to miss it, and so they told me if I could fill in. So, I was going off of what they had texted me a couple of days ago, saying that it was at 10. And now that I'm looking at this spreadsheet, because when I first joined the Zoom meeting, I was joining in full confidence that I was here at the right time. And so when I said I was getting skipped over a bunch, I checked just to make sure. And it said that we were scheduled for 7:20. So is there anything that we can do about that, or
Let's see. Looking forward at the rest of my schedule for tonight, we may be able to fit you in at the end around 11, but I cannot guarantee that, since we do have to run on a relatively strict schedule. So I'm not certain, but we may be able to fit you in at 11 if those groups indeed have not passed the treasurer's test.
yeah. So even though I'm here representing without actually being the treasurer, I have passed the treasurer's test. So
yeah.
Are we still like available to apply for the subsequent funds if it doesn't go well tonight?
If YDSA does not receive funds tonight, you will be able to apply for funds in the subsequent, which will happen, or with information that'll be released within the next week or so. Yeah.
Great. But so should I stick around, or what do you recommend?
You can, the earliest that we would be able to get you in maybe would be 11, but I cannot guarantee anything.
Okay, then I'll check back in at 11.
All right. All right. Thank you all for holding in there. With, yeah, Every Nation campus. Okay. All right. Before we get started, I want to preface this by saying that we're working with a budget of $880,000, which means we'll have to fund organizations at a rate of about 50%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to introduce yourselves and describe what you'll need funding for.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for just giving us this time. And I want to thank the Undergraduate Senate for giving us this opportunity. My name is Raekwon, and I'm the president of Every Nation Campus. And this is Treasurer Rodrigo. And we're a diverse church-based campus ministry that our mission is to know God, to grow together, to discover purpose and make a difference. And to accomplish that goal, we have weekly meetings on Thursdays at 7:30, where we gather around 50 students from diverse backgrounds to really help serve the mission and that we have at Every Nation. So I'm just going to pass it over to Rodrigo to share more about the breakdown of the funds that we're requesting.
Yeah, so we're definitely a Christian community, but we're not only Christian exclusive. And so one of our things that we have is our national conference. And so this will be our second time going to this national conference. It will be in Orlando, Florida. It is a big expense for us, and especially in terms of registration fees and especially transportation. And so that's why it's such a big request for $12,000. Like it says in the description, we're hoping to have about 60 students show up this year. Last year we had 50, and so we're looking from UNC particularly. And so we're looking to extend that and really spread the word and get 60 UNC students to attend this conference. And it actually wasn't planned to be like a yearly thing, but because it was so good last year, they're doing it again. And so I really want to have the opportunity to be a part of this. And that is why there's such a big request. And then secondly, the speaker fees. There are several people that will be coming in to speak at our large groups that take place Thursday nights. And we really want to honor the people that come in, take their time out of their day. Some of them have families. And so that really is like a big sacrifice for them. And so you want to honor that. And that is why we're asking for the $3,000 for the speaker honorariums.
All right. Okay. Looking under the national conference, the $6,000 to $7,000 for transportation. What means of transportation do you plan on taking to Orlando?
Yeah, so this will be a rental bus. Last year we actually rented out 2 buses and we fell out of deficit. And so we took that in consideration for this year. We've made some adjustments and we're only going to be renting out 1 bus as of right now. And we've actually found a different company to rent from. It'll include the bus, transportation, gas, and everything. And so yeah, it'll be around $6,000 to $7,000.
Okay, so when it comes to the Senate funding, transportation for cars, buses, road travel, we do have to follow a rigid, to Orlando would be more than 100 miles, so 33 cents per mile per vehicle traveling. And this 6,000 to 7,000 does not appear to follow that.
In terms of the limit?
The 33 cents per mile per vehicle that we have to fund at.
Okay.
Also, on your application, it says that your group is unwilling to identify the student government as its sponsor. Would you say this is accurate?
The reason why I placed that was because in the past we've been able to do that, and we've received funding. And so I kind of stuck to what I've done in the past and been successful with. If this is a problem, then we can definitely say that with any event that we would like to say that the UNC Senate is funding us.
All right. Yeah. As a requirement to receive Senate funding, any event funded in part or full with student government funds, we'll need to state that we are the sponsor. So as long as we can get that confirmation here, then that's all good.
Yeah, we'll do. We'll do.
All right. So seeing as the transportation, that transportation cut takes out half, then I think we can confidently move to appropriate $3,000 in speaker fees.
Second.
And in dues and fees, $4,500.
Second.
All right. So with that, Every Nation Campus has been appropriated $7,500 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of next steps, your organization's budget will be finalized at the end of this month when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. Once that budget bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you'll be able to apply for reimbursement. That is all that we have for you tonight, though, so thank you for coming.
Thank you guys. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Of course. All right. Seeing as how 7 minutes have passed since the nonprofit and public sector clubs funding hearing, and they have not shown up, I am going to move that we fund all categories, which just happens to be clothing at 0.
Second.
Cool. Good evening. You are here with Scale and Coin, correct?
Yes.
All right. Before we get started, I do want to preface this by saying we're working with a budget of $880,000. This means that we'll have to fund organizations at a rate of about 50%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to introduce your organization and what you're requesting funds for.
For sure. Just give me 1 second. So first of all, my name is Peyton and I'm the VP of Finance for Scale and Coin. Our mission is to facilitate the pursuit of excellence as it pertains to matters of business and commerce. And we accomplish this by connecting dedicated, passionate, and business-oriented students with upperclassmen and professionals who have shown aptitude in their respective roles in commercial enterprises. And so this semester, we really want to focus on enhancing the experience of these business-oriented individuals by organizing different events and workshops that focus on developing the core competencies of what we deem to be successful business leaders. So today, I'm asking for $3,462.95, which we reflected in our funding application, which was submitted earlier. And the funding, as I kind of described, will be applied to 4 different main sectors, which are critical to our success as an organization this semester. So these kind of 4 sectors or events are our alumni networking event and panel, our executive team building and development event, our community service event, and then other additional supplies just to help with the livelihood of our organization. So if it's okay with you guys, I'll just talk a little bit about why we want the money for each event. And then if you have any questions, feel free to pop in at any time. But the purpose of our first event, the networking event, is to connect our group with alumni and local professionals for a networking event and panel. And the panel will feature guests and speakers who come from diverse roles within the business related fields. So this is the biggest event, I'd say, like the pinnacle of our semester, where we're specifically targeting our mission of connecting the dedicated, passionate, business oriented students with the professionals. As I said, this year, our event has a focus on DEI in the workforce, and the people who we're inviting to speak reflect that. So we have someone who works in sustainability at Bank of America, a risk analyst from a consulting firm in Chicago, and more. And what we decided to do is rent a venue, which we'll also use this time to introduce scale to different potential new members ahead of our rush selection in January. And we estimate that the cost this would be $600 an hour for 2 hours, so $1,200 total for Friday, November 10th from 7 to 9. Our second category focuses on new member training. The new member process is a crucial part of Scale and Coin. In each semester, we aim at fulfilling our mission, which I said above. This would include different events. This year, we were hoping to do like a painting event, partnering for a fundraiser for one of our philanthropy's reading partners, and also just like various intramural events. And we think that would cost around $150. Another key element of our proposal is the Scale and Coin t-shirts. These are critical throughout our entire recruitment process during our community service events, which are highway cleanups and the reading partners work, and also for our IM teams to help unite as an organization. And we want to order from Comfort Colors this year because it's a company who prioritizes sustainability and equity as a big part of their production process, which is something that our organization highly values. And I know that the UNC Senate does as well. So like they go through a whole process to make sure that the shirts are made equitably and sustainably. And we believe that if we did it this way, it would cost around $700. And then the remainder of our budget, I further described in the application, but that is just kind of the rough like outlook of what we were thinking for this semester.
All right. Okay. With that, everything seems to check out in terms of our requirements for permitted areas and formulas. So in terms now of how can we cut this down to fit the budget, where do you want us in the Senate to prioritize your funds towards?
So I would say the like biggest thing that we were hoping to get funding for would be first the alumni networking event and panel, just because that's our biggest event of the semester. And while we're prepared to cover like additional like food costs and everything like that, it's like the rent of the venue that would like be the biggest strain on our organization. So that was the $1,200 that we'd really like to prioritize. And then the second thing I would say would be the shirts, just because they have like a really big impact on like our rush process. It helps like unite us as a team. And it's just like also how we market when people walk around and see the shirts, like they wonder more what it is. So that was the extra $700. And then I would say the new member programming and the executive team building event were kind of like 3 and 4 of the other things we were like hoping to focus on as well.
All right. Then in that case, I'm going to move that we fund the category of building venue rental at $1,000.
Second.
The category of clothing at $400.
Second.
And the category of programming at $300.
Second.
And then the categories of supplies, speaker fees, and printing publicity at $0.
Second.
All right, so with that, UNC Scale and Coin has been appropriated $1,700 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of your organization's next steps, your budget will be finalized at the end of this month when when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, your organization will be able to apply for reimbursements. That's all that we have for you tonight, though, so thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Good evening, Carolina Women in Economics. All right, before we get started, do you want to preface this by saying that we're working within the constraints of an $880,000 budget. This means that we'll have to fund organizations at a rate of about 50%. So just keep that in mind as we go forward today. But I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you're requesting funds for.
Great, thank you for hearing. So we are Women in Economics, which is a club affiliated with the economics department that serves undergraduate students only. We work with the econ department, but our club is open to any and all majors, not just econ. We have a lot of membership from other social sciences like public policy, political science, business, stuff like that. Throughout the semester, we hold academic and professional development events primarily, as well as like a few social events just to connect our members with like friends and stuff within the club. We have like a mentorship program that does like a upperclassman paired with an underclassman. So that's one of our main initiatives. So the goal for this funding hearing was to have like sort of an event towards the end of the semester, like a reading day relaxation event, whether it be on a reading day or just near the end of the semester, which allows our members to just like de-stress and take a break from studying for finals. This is like the first time we're trying to do this. So we were just looking for funding to buy supplies, like do some sort of craft or activity, like whether it be painting, stuffed animal making, tote bag decorating. So that is the reason for our request.
All right, well, this checks out against our permitted funding areas, and there are obviously none of the formulas involved. And so seeing your organization's high impact and unusually low request, I think it's appropriate that we can appropriate in the category of programming, $500.
Second.
All right, so with that, Carolina Women in Economics has been appropriated $500. In terms of next steps, your organization's budget will be finalized at the end of this month when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, your organization will be able to apply for reimbursement. That's all that we have for you tonight, though, so thank you for coming.
Thank you guys for being here.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. I was trying to figure out how to change the name, but I couldn't do it in time. So I'm Taylor Nguyen. I'm the treasurer for Phi Epsilon Kappa.
Um, yeah, seeing you again, so you know that we're dealing with the budget of 880,000 and organizations have to be funded at about 50%. So with that, I'll give you the next 3 to 5.
Okay. So we are Phi Epsilon Kappa. We are a honor society for the exercise, sports and science department or major. And we are requesting $3,357.50. So on here we have a bunch of events such as a de-stress event. We did that last year right before finals, which did help a lot of students. And our, I guess, like honor society or club just kind of helps all exercise students get together and kind of hang out and just work on like motivating each other in like an academic and like physical way, and work on like our future professions that relate to our major. So for the de-stress event, we calculated it and it would be like $50 for supplies. We have a yoga event where it would be about $200 to rent out a studio and hire an instructor. We do plan on having like outdoor activity nights such as spike ball, football, volleyball, kickball, pickleball, which all kind of adds onto our mission as a club that focuses on physical activity and health and fitness. And to like buy and rent equipment, that was about $400 and $96 to rent facility. And we also have a registration event, and that the cost breakdown was renting like tables from the union and chairs. So that was about $40. We also want to have research and volunteer opportunity events for students, and that was just also renting equipment, tables, chairs, speakers, and also gifts for speakers, and graduate and professional planning events to help students. And that was about $100 and more gifts for speakers that come. And we do have general chapter meetings, and our club right now has 140 due paying members, but we do anticipate on having more as we have seen like more requests through Heal Life. And that would require renting more chairs and tables, and also for our annual like induction ceremony. And then we also were requesting money on top of that like initiation, and that was about $1,500 for pins and cords, and they were about $30 for 50 members for new people. And then just like rush events and hanging out flyers, we were going to request $100 for printing. And that's like a summary of our breakdown.
All right. Well, everything checks out in terms of our permissions and formulas and requirements. So to cut this down to fit the budget, where do you want us to prioritize?
We did you want like one specific thing or?
Half of your organization's request is about $1,700. So to cut that down to fit the 1,700.
I mean, we'll take that. Like any money is.
Or which categories?
Oh, we definitely want to prioritize the like pins and cords for new members. So that was about $1,500. And then like event nights, like we really do want to prioritize health and fitness, and that would require like buying equipment, like sports equipment, for us to get together and have those activity nights.
All right. Okay, then in that case, I'm going to move that we appropriate $1,000 in the category of supplies. $96 in the category of building venue rental.
Second.
300 in the category of equipment rental.
Second.
And 300 in the category of programming.
Second.
And then 0 in the categories of printing and publicity and speaker fees.
Second.
All right, so with that, Phi Epsilon Kappa, the Iota Beta chapter, has been appropriated $1,696 from the Undergraduate Senate. In terms of next steps, your organization's budget will be finalized at the end of this month when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. Once it's passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to apply for reimbursement. But that's all that we have for you tonight. So thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me. Have a good night.
You too. All right. Seeing as the Society of Women Engineers hasn't passed the treasurer's test and YDSA is here under the misunderstanding that their funding hearing was at 10 and not, what was it, 7:20, I'll have them come in. We can hear them. All right.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Good evening, YDSA. Preface this by saying we're working with a budget of $880,000. This means that we'll have to fund organizations at a rate of about 50%, so keep that in mind. Then, yes.
Okay.
Since we are working on this time crunch and we're squeezing you in, I'll get you the next 3 minutes to present your budget request.
Yes, sir. And there's no presentation allowed, right? It's just me speaking, right?
Yes.
Okay. So starting now?
Mhm.
Okay. So we are asking for $6,000 to fund our endeavors this year, being majority our reading groups, our general body meetings, our biweekly movie nights, and a few extra events that we do have coming up this semester. So for example, our Socialism 101 event, which is quite literally next week, we will be trying to fund for flyering, advertising. So for like specifics for that, for printing would be about $300, stickers for advertising, $75. Our reading groups, we would be community readings of seminal texts regarding Marxism, colonialism, workers' rights, and other societal issues would be on campus classrooms and biweekly. So printing and advertising for that, about $100, and like $100 for buying books. Our event, the Workers Union Fundraiser Night Celebration, being in late November and location to be announced. And this event will be used to help raise money for the Workers Union at UNC in need of a strike fund for better advocacy for better working conditions on employees on campus. So labor costs being $270 for the DJ, photography being $180, decorations being $200, and venue and labor costs being about $700. Our zine workshop that is coming in later October, speaker fees for the zine artists that would be coming down to host the workshop, being about $150, traveling $140, and lodging $180. The La Colectivo Latinx Feminist Collective Working Group, biweekly meetings on campus that works to uplift feminist action and change in our communities through discussion and service. More printing funds for them, about $600 in printing, and crafts materials being about $500. And more like for our general body meetings, stickers, pins, graphic designs, and
and publicity, all coming around to about $800. So yes, because we seek to publicize our events and make sure that we have enough to be inclusive enough for everybody that we have, we would like to ask for about $6,000.
Now, I do understand that you were having technical issues when submitting it, so the application was put in by Treasurer Grodsky. This does say that you only requested $4,595.
Yes, so we're fairly new as an organization, just because we have been inactive for a while and this is our first time coming through. 4,000, and we were just asking like for like buffer room, but we understand that you guys are working with a budget, and so we were working with that as well.
All right, yeah. So since we do work with these tight budgets, we will have to go off of that 45.95 on the website. But in terms of cutting down this request to fit within our established budgets, which funding categories do you want us to focus our efforts towards?
Publicity, being general body materials, such as the pins, stickers, and so on and so forth, the craft materials for the working group, but mostly like the printing and publicity.
All right. All right, then I'm going to move that we appropriate $300 in the category of building venue rental,
Second.
$50 in equipment rental,
Second.
900 in printing and publicity,
Second.
1,000 in supplies.
Second.
Now all of the other categories that we previously appropriated $0 to stand. So with that, the Carolina Young Democratic Socialists of America have been appropriated $2,250. In terms of next steps, your organization's budget will be finalized at the end of this month when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to request appropriations, or you will be able to apply for reimbursement. That's all that we have for you tonight, though, so thank you for coming.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Hello. One moment.
How are you doing? I imagine this has been a long few days for you all.
Yes. Society of Women Engineers. All right. Have you passed the treasurer's test?
So our treasurer Stella, who's here, actually just retook it twice. And because it seems like there are a lot of nuances that make it very difficult to know what you've done incorrectly and therefore to edit it. So the updated score we're expecting should be good. Is there any way you can check that?
Yes, I have the spreadsheet up now, and it looks like
That
the
spreadsheet does not reflect the two newest attempts that were.
I have the
Oh, you have the master spreadsheet.
yes, and this
Okay, very nice.
says that the attempts from tonight, 10:59 and 11:06 were a 64 and a 56.
Really? Okay. Do you have any tips for this? Because as you can see, Stella has been relentless in trying to learn the code of
Yes.
conduct, reviewing the handbook, and it's become
Oh.
it's gotten to the point where we're having a hard time communicating with you all too, because we've had some issues with emails and all that, and I totally get it. You've gone through some administrative changes, but it's really important that we get access to this.
So knowing the treasurer's test, the big things to know are the 5 objective criteria, which are the representation,
Vitality,
body, uniqueness,
specialization, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and sustainability.
yeah. So those are the big ones. Those are the scenario questions. You have to know those and what they mean, along with specific funding prohibitions, and then the formulas that we use for gas mileage, lodging, and printing prices. I would say those are the most important things to know when taking the treasurer's test.
I think I can vouch for
Well-
Stella and say she's a pro at all of those right now.
Mhm. That is a majority of the test, so
Yeah.
focusing on those things is my best advice to pass the treasurer's test.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Potentially make sure you have the most up-to-date version of the undergraduate student code as well, because if some of the formulas might be different in past versions.
Okay. Thank you.
And now,
So, yes. Sorry, you go ahead.
while since you haven't passed the treasurer's test, we cannot grant funding tonight. Further information will be sent out within the next week or so regarding the subsequent cycle, which should open up at the end of the month, which you will be able to apply for.
And correct me if I'm wrong, is that for $1,500 maximum?
Yes, that's the maximum thing.
I see. And so I feel like we have a few extenuating circumstances, given that the change in Chair Vespute, I believe, meant that our application was not received at the appropriate time, which meant that we were not notified that we didn't have a hearing cycle until we checked this past weekend, which led to a major scramble trying to get scheduled. And on top of that, Stella didn't know whether or not she'd passed after emailing several times until the past 2 days when she's been slammed with exams. And it's really not a good situation, given that this is the first year we're trying to take as many people as we can. Right now, we're shooting for 5, given, what we're trying to plan, to go to the conference in Los Angeles for women to network, to meet other people, to go to the career fair so that we can get jobs. Because, engineering at UNC is not a major field. And while the Career Center is great, having an organization that targets specifically women and minorities in engineering is something that's really a gap at UNC and that we're trying to fill. And I believe that we should at least have the opportunity to have a new hearing, at least within the next 24 hours, in which we will continue. I'll help Stella study for the treasurer exam. We'll retake it. This is something I'm really passionate about. And I know that you guys are slammed with everything and I understand the rules. But I really appreciate your consideration in any way.
I do understand this is, especially with your organization receiving your hearing and everything going on, it has not been easy. However, we are extremely limited by budgets, the availability of senators, and the time frame that we need to get things done, that a rescheduling of a hearing in this cycle is just unfortunately not possible. You will be able to apply for funds in the subsequent, however, and I encourage you to do so. But that will be your best opportunity to receive funds this semester.
So thank you for that. My concern though with that is that given the reduced window of the $1,500, we wouldn't be able to afford, and I understand that you only give us a percentage of the funding. So I believe, I can't remember the person we saw, but at the beginning, but was saying that only that about 50% in this round is handed out, and then a little bit over 50% is handed out in the next round, which is great to hear. But the little bit over 50% of $1,500 would not make it possible for us to go. A bit over 50% of the $2,500 that we did request for this round, that might just be able to make us there. So if there's any way that we could have 10 minutes of your time tomorrow, I've spoken to Logan. He's been extremely understanding and I really appreciate all of his help. He suggested that he would try and make it work so that we could meet with him at some point after we'd done the treasurer's test, and then he would update it as regularly as he could. So is it possible to contact him?
You can reach out to Logan with concerns. He does not manage the funding process, however.
Yeah.
And a meeting tomorrow would certainly not be possible due at least to proper.
It's Rosh Hashanah, so I wouldn't be able to go either, but I'm willing to do that for this club because it's something I'm really passionate about.
Okay, so the problem at the very least with tomorrow is that we need to provide at least 48 hours notice for compliance with public meetings law. And being able to convene a committee, if it were possible for an exception to be made, would be hard to accommodate. So I will look into this. I will talk to Logan, but at this time, we cannot accommodate anything.
Okay. Are you allowed to meet on Saturdays?
Allowed to, yes. I don't know the schedule of senators and the committee, but I will look into this tomorrow.
Okay. I really appreciate your time and thank you for listening to me. I'm sure that I am the last person you want to hear talk to at 11:30 at night. So thank you. I will send a follow-up email. Shall I include you, Gabe, as well on this email? No, just okay. So I'll just include all of you. And if you don't want to be on it, then you can just not be on it. And I hope you have a lovely night. Sleep well, and I hope you have a great Friday. Thank you.
You guys.
Bye.
like the other committee is finishing up. Oh, perhaps.
Finally done, Andrew.
Almost.
Well, yeah, we gotta finish this part. We finished the hearings. We managed to get global studies in. Took a little bit extra time, but
Good. And then
yeah.
for the PWAT Association, did they not show up?
They did show up. We edited that. They were late. There was a bunch of issues with their submission that Logan corrected, but corrected some incorrectly. So I went through and had to do some line item changes in the congressional website.
Yeah, we're not as under budget as you thought. We're 2,000 under.
All right. Then wait, it was 8275.
Yeah, it's all been reflected.
All right. That is okay. Yeah, that's a lot better. I don't believe we need to reconcile that at all. Then all right. We're done with hearings for the semi-annual budget cycle. Good job, everyone.
Goodness.
Congrats.
Okay. Now we will need to meet next week to hear the full budget bill and refer that to the Senate. That I will schedule for Tuesday evening, most likely around 7:30. That night will be the budget bill and then a couple external appointments, but that should be all. But with that, all the numbers look good. It's 11:39 p.m. So I will call this meeting to adjourn at 11:40.
Good job, y'all.
Great
See
job,
y'all.
everyone.
Get some sleep.
Good night.